Production. You know that you know Sudan, but you Malarial, but it's your Garangay. Your young president here, Bubalo Biro Gamarta. You can't the dull coming, Bukan one, you know, a kid, we young, no word of them. We are ruling number one yai. Galkia, the king of Tongo, Kevin Panaro Gayqual, from big Bukan Yorgula, Lord Yang Pani, the chair, and no man name, good young Panalira, Yakugong, right, Padormanyang, Panalo, and the Morin, Matuan, Kolotongo, Gayoke, Kolotan, Kadiari, Yakamulatum, by idea, Dorko by, and Yamnon Nauno Galo, you where I are, would go to me, Fauke, Mariana by your Makurit, Yanuki, Chilpona, Jolly Gan, Yer Makanika, me will King Ganyalo, and there I go, a Jaitar, Lenyatung, a Chuba, made by Jola, Tinkon along, Miriam Mangar, my joke, Tinakuma, young Copan, Marial Joul, Tingo, when a corner but them before I come, and I think your work, when them a bill that ride, Magangi, Kadidan, I queer my young Kagayana, loving your more math, we are Madol Banya, White, young Panabarak, Pajaga, poor, when you put them, Tingaja, Payan Mopanya, Lintiana, the poor Malanga, you'll queer a board, come on there, yellow woman joke. You know Sudan, but you Malarial, but it's your Garangay. Your young president here, Bubalo Biro Gamarta. You can't the dull coming, Bukan one, you know a kid, we young, no where of them. We are ruling number one yai. Galkia, the king of Tongo, Kevin Panaro Gayqual, Kurumbe, Bukan Yorgula, Lord Yang Pani, the chair, and no man name, good young Panalira, Yakugong, right,
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my show this evening. Thank you for coming in. Please, for those of you who are watching, start sharing the video, and I will be discuss about how important education is in South Sudan. So, Emmanuel Sandy John will join me very soon. But before we do that, I would like to let everybody know that today I'm launching a new media for my organization called Rescue South Sudan Village People. So most of you know in social media that I'm building a school back home in South Sudan, in Yerul, in Majunkidiop. So a couple of months ago, I went back home and I went and opened the school, and now it's running. But now I'm about to do, the work is not finished yet. So I'm now doing a fundraising to add more classroom. Also too, I'm raising money to pay the teachers and building other resources that people need that in the school. So right now the school is open and the students are going to school. So now I'm raising money for the uniform too, so for the students. So this is the thing that I'm doing. So for those of you live in the United States or in Australia or any other part of Western country, you all know that, and most of you that want to contribute to this organization, so feel free to donate to support anything that you have. We have our website, you guys know. So you can visit our website at www.rescuesouthsudan.org. You can make your donation there, anything that you did. But before I go ahead and invited Emmanuel Sandy John, I would like also to let everybody know that we have Rssvp item that we sold to fundraising for the fund. So one of the items that I need to share with you guys is coasters. This is a coaster made with the South Sudan flag. This is a simple thing that you guys, most of the ladies at home or in your house, or if you have one of these, this is a one set F4. You can put on your table at home. It's very easy. So you can put your cup on it, like or any bottle of water, anything. So you can put on top of it like this, and then it's good and it's easy to watch. So we sell this. We have a different size. This is the made of South Sudan flag, and this one is made of our organization logo. So this one set is having like 4 pieces, and this one only just $10 for each. And secondly, too, I would like to let you guys know is about our t-shirt. We have a t-shirt. So I'm wearing one right now. You see, I'm wearing one. So this is a RS t-shirt, and this is makeup. That's our logo, and South Sudan map on it. And also in that map, we have a school that we built in Medunkidio. That is a school right there. So that's the school that we built. So we sell this one like $20 per each. And we have a different color. We have a green color. This green color, so I know this will not show. Green color made South Sudan flag on the back. So we sold that $20 each. And another thing too, we have a wristband, like what I'm wearing right now. I have a lot of different color made out of South Sudan flag. So this we have right here. So we sold this. This is one of the things that we people can buy stuff on those, so that this money we are using to supporting school of Mujungitio. So that is the brainstorming that I want you guys to know. I know some of you who are living in South Sudan, I don't think you guys are going to get this because of you can order online, but it's hard for me to send it to you guys back home. But for those of you who are living in United States, Canada, or Australia, I can make I can ship this item to you if you're interested to buy a t-shirt or coasters and wristband for the Rssvp. So these are very good wristband, so you can wear it for supporting, so make it so it's good. So while I'm waiting for that, that's the highlighting for those of you who are just come in. So this is a first day that I launched for this media of Rssvp media, so awareness. Of course, as we all know that COVID-19 make everything hard for those non-profit organizations that go outside to do a fundraising. But most of people now they're doing their fundraising event on social media. So, and that is one of the things that I'm doing. So Rssvp is a non-profit organization that founded in 2010. So we are legit organization. For those of you who can donate to it, of this organization, your money are tax deductible at the end of the year. For those of you who are living in America, so you can donate at the end of the year if you file your taxes. So, and you put that you donate money to Rssvp, and the government will refund you your money back. So that is the brainstorming. So for just hearing it, I'm gonna wait for my guest to come in. So and that is the thing that I'm doing. So I hope I will be doing this show once a week, or if I have a chance to do it, so to raise people awareness about it. Also, too, we are having, for those of you who didn't like our organization page, please do so. Go to Rescue South Sudan organization, so like that page. So I will be doing a lot of activities. My team, board of director, will be doing a lot of things like that. Please start sharing the video while I'm waiting. So Dr. Sunday John, if you have a link, please come on. Thank you. Share the video.
We Santo man kolnyang Mike Cholgaranga one. You ping yerul pandit shet manyel anaketon nyel jilo one tonador. think kick got the book way. Ayali and ya kubika pingrim. Jamana ye, when I jamaro, my jedu, Kagabarandi. Madin Majaku, the Maku, Kagaboli again, who I said, Makari, Kekelang, Emmanuel, when the man go. I think a kick got the book way. Ayali and ya kubika pingrim. Jamana ye, when I jamaro, I jedu, Kagabarandi. Madin Majaku, the Maku, Kagaboli again, who I said, Makari, Kekelang, Emmanuel, when the man go. I think a kick got the book way. Anyali and ya kubika pingrin. Jamana ye, when I jamaro, I jedu, Kagabarandi. Madin Majaku, the Maku, Kagaboli again, who I said, Makari, Kekelang, Emmanuel, when the man go.
Hello, Anna. Welcome to Let's Say Video. Please start your video.
Mogatin yale kati yakoi pondaloy.
What you put you to jogging by the pandemic? Which you know, I'm a little child. Jalakabi, you will banana. Could I walk away over banana? Kayokane, I lay your brain, which young and your mother, watching money minute. And a year, you call it by in good, yellow banana. I'm a corner, Jamana Tony, joy, we tie to buy me. What you put you to jogging by the pandemic? Which you know, I'm a little child. Jalakabi, you will banana.
I got yellow belly, I got so much by you, I got I need my daughter, my daughter. I never go. You like it, my daughter, my daughter. I got yellow belly, I got yellow by you, I got I need my daughter, my daughter. I like it, you like it, my daughter, my
Watching money minute, and a year, buying good, yellow banana. You can my corner, Jamana Tony, joy, meet up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, for now, yeah, I'm waiting for the Sunday to come in, so then we can talk about how important education is. As we all know that, you know, back home, we all know in the rural area, in the villages, it's hard for the people, for the parent to take their school, the kid to a nearer school. As like I can talk about the majority of the village, is one of the village that have no any education around that area. So, and it's hard for those villages to take this kid to the school. So our organization is working very hard to help those villages that they don't have any access to education. So we raising money to help them. So to build a school, building for them, and we're supporting. This is how we empower the villages, the communities for the education. And that's one of the things that that's the one of the things that we were doing as at the Rescue Source Family. Also, um, we will be. Well, when I returned back to South Sudan like a couple of months ago, and and I see how our people back home need most of the help. And also, let me talk a little bit about this organization that I'm doing. So it's not only that we are aiming on building a school, we have a big vision. So our main project that when we start this school, this organization, we went back to village and we see that these people they don't have even have an access to clean water. So the first thing that we did is uh, we build a well for them, and then after the well we build a school, and the next one after the school is finished, we will be start raising fund for the clinic. So because back there they don't have clinic and people are sick and dying for the disease that can be cured, but because they don't have access to a medication and no doctor around, no clinic around. So this is the one of the our next project that we will be working on, raising fund to build a clinic in majority of area. Uh, but yes, it's not easy. It's hard. It's hard thing to raise money to do this kind of project. And this COVID-19 is very hard for a non-profit organization nowadays to raise fund to do their work that they are aiming to do. That is how we doing it. This is for the people that we will do out back home. So, and um, and I hope for the next couple of years we will hopefully have that clinic in place in that area, that rural area that don't people don't have anything. So I'm really working hard with my team to raising fund to bring changes back to our people, um, and that's one of the things that we are doing. Yes, as an this is topic, I would like this organization is for is as you can see, it's called Rescue South Sudan Village People, so everybody's allowed to come in. But I have one condition though, to for those our South Sudanese brothers and sisters. So this topic, when I do this topic live show, so this is a non-politics. I don't need anybody to come on this show and talk about the politics in South Sudan. So this is the politic things that we are discussing. We will be talking about the education, how important the education is. If you want to come and talk us and talk about the importance of education in your life or back into your village or in South Sudan, Arlington, you can click the link and come in. But I'm not allowed anybody to speak or to talk about the politics that going on in South Sudan. So I'm not allowed that on this podium. If you want to talk about the politics in South Sudan, please, you can go to Lake State Media. That's where we talk about the politics. So you can come there and then we talk about those issues. But on this platform, this is a non-politic thing. So this is a non-profit organization. We talk about the humanitarian thing. We talk about the humanity thing. So every week we can come up with a different topic and we talk about it. Like for this week, we talk about the education, how important education is to our South Sudanese, as we all, some of us and some of my colleague here, we know how we start our education. Back then, when we were running in the bushes, we start our school like start A B C D 1 2 3, like under the tree. We sit under the tree and we start learning. And this is the thing that is going on in those part of the villages in South Sudan, not only majority but around villages that I visit yeah, the student, the kids are still sitting under the tree, and that's where, and they don't have. And this, I thought that this organization will be a little will helpful, reach out to those, for those areas that nobody helping them. So that's one of the things that my team and I we are doing to raising money and go to those areas and help them. And this is what we are doing. And as you can see, I will play a little bit video for that to see you guys can see. So the project that we complete in the play. Let me play this video.
You know that you know Sudan, but you Malarial, but you garang yai. Yo nyang president here, Bupalo Biro Gamarta. You chat the dal coming, Bupan one, you know a kick we young, no queer them. We are ruling number one yai. Kalkia, the king of Tongu, Kevin Panarol Gayual, Kurumbe, Bupan Yorgula, Lord Yang Pandi, the chair, and no man name, good young Panalira, Yagugong, right, Padormanyang, Panalo, and the more win, Matuan, Kulatongo, Gayoke, Kulatank, and Yari, Yagamu, by idea, Dorko by, and Yamnon now, Galo, page where I are, would go to me, Pauke, Kundi, Markiang, by your Makurit, Yanuki, Jupona, Jolki, Gan, Yamakan, me will unkin the Gangelo, and there I go, a Jaitar, Lenyatung, a Jube, me at Bayola, Tinkon along, Miriam, Mangara, my job, Ting Akuma, Yom, Kokan, Marial, Joul, Tingo, when a corner, but Tingo, for I join, and I think you're up, among them, a bill that ride, Magangi, Kadidang, I queer my young Kagayana, loving your Murma, Yar, Madol, Banya, White, Young Panabara, Pajaga, Poor, when you put them, Tinga, Jagai, Payan, Mopanya, Lintiana, Kagapur, Malanga, you'll queer it, board, Kumay, Yellow Urma joke. You know Sudan, but you Malarial, but you garang yai. Yo nyang president here, Bupalo Biro Gamarta. You chat the dal coming, Bupan one, you know a kick we young, no queer them. We are ruling number one yai. Kalkia, the king of Tongu, Kevin Panarol Gayual, Kurumbe, Bupan Yorgula, Lord Yang Pandi, the chair, and no man name, good young Panalira, Yagugong, right,
Yeah, you see, as you can see, guys, building that school building is not easy. It costs a lot of money. We raise a lot of money because things in South Sudan are not cheap. Everything is expensive. So especially we buy everything. We hiring the local engineering, and then they start building that building. So that building costs us so much money. So because the village is so far away from the town, so we have to rent a truck or a pickup truck so that they can go. As for those the Urolese people, they know where the PE is. PE is far away from this village, so the truck can leave from Yoro to go to PE to collect the sand, and then the truck will travel from PE to majority of village where they can deliver the sand. The cost has a lot of money, so it's not easy. And you can see people in the village cannot afford that. So, and also too, I would like to say thank you for those of you who have been donated to this organization. Without you, this building on the back of me cannot be done. It's your support. It's really your support. So we thank you for so much for your work you guys did, and we still reaching out to you because our work is not done yet. So these people in the village, they still need more help. So if you are with calling for your contribution as well. So this is the thing that I'm talking about. So and yeah, it's really thank you. It's not an easy thing. So but it's good. And it's good that this young kid can have a future because these are the new generation. Then can carry the country on. But if we educate them and have a better education, that would be awesome. So, and all of us can do different. So we can contribute. So that's the little bit that I want to share. So, yes, I'm waiting for my guests. While I'm just go ahead, please start sharing the video. And this is the first time that I live on this podium. So, yeah, start sharing the video, please. Thank you, madam. Let's take it down. Thank you. Atenge kikaya bukaga de bokwai anyali yandia kubika pingrim timanalie wena chamaro majedu kega barandi madina maja kubule maku kega bole gen kuai zatien magare de kegela kemarwe wene wene Atenge kikaya bukaga de bokwai anyali yandia kubika pingrim timanalie wena chamaro majedu kega barandi madina maja kubule maku kega bole gen kuai zatien magare de kegela kemarwe wene wene Atenge kikaya bukaga. Yeah, for those of you just turning in, I just want to make because we have Rssvp item that we sell, so I need you guys to have it because for those of you who live here in the United States, you guys it's easy for you guys can order them. You can go to our website rssvp.org and you order those, or you can inbox me. So we have the posters. This is made of our organization logo. So this is 4 set. So you can buy this. You can get one for $10 easy. This is for your house, your dining table. So you can put this in your house. We have a different site. This is made of South Sudan flag. So you can get that one. So if you can, that's one of them, $10 each. So you can, if you need one of this, it's a 4 set. If you want them, so you can just inbox me and then can send me your address and I can mail it to you. And you can go to our website there and make your your payment there. And the next thing is our T-shirt. This is the T-shirt. It's a green, so you guys can see it's a green color. So it's on the back is South Sudan flag. So we sell this for $20 each. And this one is another one. T-shirt is black color, and this is on the front here is our organization logo and South Sudan map, and then the school that we built. So it's in there. And you can show you that the school is built in South Sudan in the area, then I can point you to it. So it's $20 each. So it's very good. So it's a very good material. So that cotton. So you guys can have that. $20 each. If you are interested to get this kind of item, inbox me and from there we can I can get it to you. So this is the wristband. This is what I'm wearing. Then we have three different colors. We have red, and we have yellow. Gray and red, blue, and black color. So this is the those three. So you can. This is one of the things that if you contribute, sometimes we give them out for those who are supporting rescue source of people. We can give you one of these or three of these for free when you contribute. So these are the things that we are working on. So that is the thing that I'm coming on live today. So we introduce to you what we are doing in Lake State, in Rescue South Sudan people, and we were raising a lot of fund. So another thing too, I will next week. We will be building another building that is in Majung for this. We will be building office for the teachers. So that construction will be start next week. So I will be start sending money to the people on the ground to start building that office. So and we are still needing more fund. We need more money we need more money to pay teachers. We need more money to buy uniform for the student, and we need more money to build another 4 classrooms. So from primary 1 to primary 8. So that's what we are working on. So we will. I hope by next year we'll complete everything, and then after we complete Majority, we can move to the next village that we see they need help, and then we start the same thing that we did in Majority. So this is not only we working on Majority of area only. So the more we finish the work in Majority of, so we will move to a different village. Another thing that we are doing, we are empowerment the village people to take care of themselves. So like if we build a school, we encourage the community to get involved and the local government to get involved, individual to get involved. This is how it is. So we are doing the major thing that these people cannot afford to do it. Like building a school building is very expensive. They cannot afford to do it, and that's why we're coming in and do that. So that is what we are doing. So that's what we are doing, and we continue doing this. So just COVID-19 gives us a little bit laid back because of this lockdown. So and it's hard for it's not only us, for all non-profit organizations, they're having a hard time raising the money. So it's really a real things. Welcome, brothers, and welcome to my show. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Long time I haven't seen you, but when we met there at Lake State Media.
Yes, truly speaking. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So so welcome to my show. So today is my first time launching my organization, Rssvp. Rssvp stands for Rescue South Sudan People. It's a non-profit organization that I founded in 2010. So I have a board of directors, and we work hard to help one of the villages that we're working on is called Majung village in the rural area. So I just came back from South Sudan like a couple of months ago, and then I opened the school, and then I come back. So I'm doing a lot of more fundraising to provide more need that they need in that school. But we still building another 4 classroom. Also, we need money to pay teachers, money to buy uniform. So that is the thing that I'm doing. So Dr. Sunny John, welcome to Lake State Media, my special guest that we have. So Brother Hassan, go ahead and put your input, and then I will give the floor to Dr. Sunny John to talk about the importance of education. That's the topic. Importance of education in South Sudan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Brother Abraham Majak. I also would like to thank Dr. Sunday. It's first time to see him. I usually saw him on Facebook, and he's not my friend actually. I saw him the other time. There was a time I think he was campaigning. I don't know if I'm not mistaken, and I saw him. Someone posted that was 2019 or 2020. Nice to see you, Dr. Sunday. And also, I would like to thank your viewers, Brother Abraham. Actually, I was a primary teacher, a trained primary teacher. Yes, I was a trained primary teacher. When I finished my high school, I got opportunity to be trained. I went to training in Yambio. Also, I attended other training in Unity State. And I taught there for about a year and a half before I got opportunity to go to university. So basically, when we talk about the importance of education, I can tell you how personally I'm a guy who was born in a village. I don't think my village right now has a road, or maybe even the vehicle maybe pass by it during dry season. So the importance of education has a lot more, and it is one that today me and you and Dr. Sunday, we are here. It is the importance of education. If we don't have that power of education, we couldn't be here now. I can be speaking my mother tongue, my Sognas, and you can be speaking your Dinka language. So the tools, education as a tool, is the one that be able to bring us together, and is one thing that we see as a people, and we can take it personal. And I send you friend requests basically showing on the projects. When I saw that you posted these projects, I sent you friend requests, knowing that I'm in love with people who really are interested in developing South Sudan. You know, we have this scenario of saying changing challenges into opportunities. See, and Brother Abraham, the initiative that you have started is a great initiative. I can tell you that God will bless you for that. We all came from the same region, though Lake State is not far away from Unity State. And we know how our people are affected by lack of education.
Yes.
The violence that we see in those states is morely contributed by lack of education.
Yeah,
you see, and our young people can never have opportunities when they are not exposed. Even if right now you and I, we can able to go to Eastern Equatoria, we can able to go to Western Equatoria, we can able to go to Western Bargadal, you can come to Unity State, to Upper Nile. You have a privilege because you went to school. You see? And looking for people who are not exposed, even the language of communication is a problem. You see, even this manual work that they can do, it really it is an obstacle. So why I should say that this is one of the most important initiative that as a South Sudanese that we want to hear, because we are tired of negativity. We're tired of hearing bad news. We're tired of pointing fingers to each other. And today you happen to be somebody who came up with the initiative with your team, you see, and you say regardless of whatever happened in the South Sudan, we must do something better for our community.
True.
See, and this is one. These are the people that I'm in love with. These are the people that I see as an asset to our community. And I can tell you, brother, there is more to education. We cannot say how much important it is. It is one of the questions that even if you have a child who didn't go to school, what is the most important of education? He will tell you definitely that is important. I was inspired by our doctors when we are little boys, and we just want to say I want to be like Dr. Grang.
Yeah.
I want to be Dr. Riak, Dr. Lama Call, those guys who went to school.
Yes.
You see, and that was an issue that we've been talking about until today. We happen to go to school, and we no longer singing the song. We want to demonstrate. This is before I concluded. I want to say that again, we have resources, Brother Abraham. We have resources, local resources. Even today that you are calling fundraising or support, we as a community, we have livestock, we have cattle, we have goats, you see, and currently I'm in a country called Botswana, and in this country, one of the strongest universities that was built, it was through the community that contributed cows, and they built the school. They built that university right now. You see, so what I'm saying, we also need to engage our society. I don't know how, but to say that even if we have a stable countries, even if we have a peaceful country, we cannot have enough resources. Lagos State is too big, and this is a new state. We are a new state. You see, we must always add our hand. We must contribute, to meet the gap. We cannot wait for the government to provide everything. Imagine the government has a budget, and that budget can build only maybe 2 schools. How many areas are in Lagos State? How many in Bentiu?
Yes,
you see, yes, there is a lot. And we cannot do them at the same time. When we waited for the government to do everything for us, we are going to suffer. You see, we are going to suffer. And this is one thing that you need to add in your campaign, is that there are local material within the community level. We have these trees, we have all these. We can do a local roofing, you see. And before we get money, we cannot even study under trees. We build, you see, and information is powerful. So that is my suggestion, that you are doing a good job, and may God bless you. May good people turn up to support the initiative, And thank you so much for this program, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. We will do a lot, because there is a proverb said that one hand cannot clap, but two hands can clap. And you mentioned very well that the government cannot do everything because, for example, let's say it's very huge. Government cannot build a school every village or every town, but each individual of us that have capability to go back home and up, that you can contribute to the community and to the society that you willing to serve, and we can help our people in different ways, and this is how we can do it. So thank you, appreciate you a lot. Thank you. You can listen or you can drop a white. You can, but now I will give a chance back to my guest, Dr. Sunday John, to explain more about how important how important the education is in South Sudan. Brother Sunday John, welcome to my show. Thank you for coming in. Let's start with our discussion.
Thank you again, Abraham Madit, for having me today on this vital forum on an issue that is also very dear to us, a topic of concern that we can try to discuss within our scope and the capacities that we can use to achieve at least the objective of the day. You are today with the audience from all parts of the world that are watching on the launching of your project, the Rescue South Sudan Village People. It is a very good project. Village people in South Sudan and elsewhere actually need rescue. And you have actually designed your project in a way that it has the ability to touch the minds and the hearts of people around the globe. In that, the rescue that you have instituted is a rescue that has a long life. It has longevity. It is not just a rescue that you can rescue a man that is drowning, and that is it. You are rescuing a society by injecting a dose of education that would make them live as good citizens, whether in South Sudan or around the globe. So when we are discussing the topic of education, we cannot say it is a delicate topic, but it is a topic that is vast. It is a huge one because everything is all about education. And we can always say what we can afford to say in this particular time, as we also wait to accumulate resources and information on the matter to advance it further. So I will start, like always, by introducing myself to the audience, possibly because several of our audience may be new to the show. Some of them might have not been the regular ones, depending on also the interest generated by the topic in question. So I assume we have audience that were not here in our political talks or other related talks, but they deserve also to know who I am. My name is Emmanuel Sunday Dijon, or Sunday Dijon in short. I am from South Sudan, and I aspire to be a global citizen, in that I should be civil even locally in Majung Kidiop. So that is the brief account. Politically, I subscribe as the chairperson of South Sudan United Front Progressive. And with our objectives and aims, education is one of the key factors that we have in our guiding documents. Everywhere we pester all pages with the issue of education. And therefore, we normally don't go just by saying education without giving a clue about it, even if we assume that all people would know how to define it. Even if a topic is quite simple, it is better an explanation is given so that we are not caught out of ignorance. I will delve into this straight away, starting with the definition. Not the one that I have made. I've not coined one definition, but the one that is out there, proven through peer review and all those bodies of knowledge generation. So they say education actually is a process. It is not something that you do in one day. It's a process of receiving or giving systematic instruction. This process of you giving or receiving systematic instruction, especially at school or at the level of the university, has been defined by certain scholar as what education is. And generally, it is the enlightening experience. You are enlightening the society to at least discover either themselves or something around them. That becomes the definition that has been given out there. But again, this definition is not conclusive in itself, because there are ingredients that are required to make this process work. And that is why you have started your project, the Majung Kidiop project, that is limited, but it is going to expand. I know you're going to make it something that cut across the Republic of South Sudan, given the spirit of your nation, the new nation, and also given the spirit of you as a person. And if you are trying to put across the enlightening experience in form of education that you are doing today, we have to consider also the other scholars of the past that have put the definition in place and that are still relevant until today. When you look closely at the studies conducted by one Aristotle, we know very well about Aristotle, a philosopher, or whichever direction you can point at, you can at least get the marks of Aristotle. He said that education is a process of training man. It's a process of training man. And by the language of the holy books and the olden days, a man is not necessarily a male person, but a humankind. It is a process of training man to fulfill his aim by exercising all the faculties. You are actually training man for the purpose of this man to fulfill the aims. And the aims will not be fulfilled until the man has exercised all the faculties to make to the fullest extent as a member of the society. If you look at this definition, you can be able to deduce that the man here is being trained to achieve a certain aim. And this aim will only be achieved if the man has accepted to exercise all his faculties to the fullest extent, but as a member of the society. When we say the faculties, it is not just the departments of a certain institution that are in charge of certain specific topics or body of knowledge, but faculties here are inherent mental and physical abilities. So if a man is to exercise his faculties to the fullest, it means the man is going to exercise his mental abilities and physical abilities so that he can achieve the aims of being a very good, self-sufficient, oriented member of the society. Those, I can say, have been truly put by Aristotle, and they are still relevant today. The relevancy is within our life. If you have exercised your mental faculties and physical faculties to the fullest, you remain as a role model to the society. And if we bring it down to a smaller understanding, take, for example, John Garang de Mabior. When he started the liberation struggle within the Republic of South Sudan, he exercised his faculties to the fullest. And even after his death, we don't remember him in bad things. We remember him for having done 1, 2, 3 good things. Because if you have done something good, it remains as a mark. That is that. And if we come to the definition of the same education by one Socrates, he is also another philosopher. He said education means the bringing out. You are bringing out the ideas of universal validity. You are bringing out in somebody the ideas of universal validity, which are latent You see, something latent is something that is not active in the minds of every man. In every man, there are ideas of universal validity, but they need to be brought out because they are latent. If you have done that one, it means you have implied the education. That is another definition that has been given by Socrates. And now, having taken the definition from the expert perspective, we have to come down and ask ourselves, that is, what is the importance of this education? That somebody is being trained to acquisition something important, that is knowledge, with all the forms it takes, so that you can become a better member of a certain society. Then we can deduce that the importance of education are actually key to the life of human beings. And that is why we can actually take from the expertise, the likes of Nelson Mandela, who once said that most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world is education. Most powerful weapon is not the RPG. It is not the D30. It is not the what we refer to as AK-47. It is not any rocket. It is education. Because education can birth all the things that we know in this world that are in existence. You can be able to discover them or reorient yourself to utilize them in a manner that is satisfactory to the society. And when we say what is the importance of education, Malcolm has mentioned it, that it is actually the passport to the future. Education is the passport to the future, saying that tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Now, when we are saying education is this and that and that and that, we need now to reflect on its importance. First, education, when you are educated from the early stages of your life, you become goal-oriented. You have been prepared to achieve a certain goal within the society. That is another aim of education. It is to prepare the young child to be somebody who is cumulatively becoming goal-oriented. And if you have become goal-oriented, then you can deduce that while you go by your life, you will be able to make informed and better decisions. That is one. Number two, you will be able also to change your own situation. If you are in bad situation, you will improve it to at least a good situation. And if you are in good situation, you can improve it to a better one. That is to make better decisions that will in turn make you change your situation. And the situation you change is not necessarily on accumulation of money or the related material. You can improve your situation by accepting that your surrounding is vital to you, just like they are assuming that you are vital to them. That is another aspect. When you are educated, you become very stable. Stability starts from the mind. Educated people have confidence. The highest level of confidence in this world is attained through the process of training. And education does not necessarily means the ones that come from class, because we have two types of education, or even more. We have informal and formal education, and you can categorize them from one point to the other. So education is a security by itself. It is both physical and financial. You can secure resources if you are educated. Education is also self-defendency. If you are educated, you become self-dependent. I will not be dependent on my brother Abraham Majab simply because I am educated and I can be able to imply the faculties that I have already exploited well to benefit me in my own way, so that I don't become a nuisance to any member of the society that would confer his help to me. Education also gives you this the societal acceptance. Educated people are members of a society. They have capacity to reason in distinguishing what is wrong from what is good. And they can be able to utilize this for their good. And therefore, the society will not be scared of them. For example, our young generation that was affected by war, through basic education that they have acquired and what they have increased later on in the United States and other parts of the world, have been accepted as members of that society because they have accepted to be educated. At the same time, it also gives you economic growth. Education can give you economic growth, as I have mentioned before, not only as an individual, but also as a nation. For example, if people of high-tech knowledge with good education have been given the responsibility to explore and extract the resources of the nation, they will not be able to compromise on the point of importance, and particularly when the nation is being exploited by either a society from the neighborhood or a foreigner that has come from far. You can be able to understand that you cannot sign a certain agreement because it is dubious, given the fact that you can read it and write it the way you want. So education also means great productivity, not only for individuals or just a sector. It is productivity of the world. And it is known that America has taken the lead in everything, almost, simply because of education. It is actually education that has made America powerful. Therefore, by coming down from the United States of America without indulging yourselves in drugs, but having an orientation that you can actually work closely with the people of like minds and those friends that are sympathetic with empathy for the Republic of South Sudan, you decided to talk to them in your own way, and you ended up generating at least a significant amount that would now construct the building behind you, the ones that we refer to as Rescue the Village People of South Sudan. And you started from Majung Kidiop. The importance of education in Majung Kidiop will be seen in the next 10 to 15 years as a positive one, because educated people are harmonious. They know what is wrong from what is good. From what is bad. From what is good, actually. And therefore, they can be able to use the positive, something that has a positivity on the lives of a person, so that you can be able to live in harmony. For example, Majung Kidiop is one of the rural areas that made up what they call Yirul in Lake State. And when you divide Yirul, you go down to Yirul East. That is where Majung Kidiop falls. And if I am not wrong, Majung Kidiop is within the territories of Pagarao and Tidagao. And yes, those areas are exposed, are exposed to Bar area. And this is our neighborhood with the people from Panijar. And I can see during those days of war, a commander called Lony, a father is called Zakaria Lony. He moved from Nuer land because he was not interested in war, and he came to the territories of Yirul. I was a teacher in Holy Cross Primary School, and I absorbed his children to our system because we know they are citizens of South Sudan, and the Catholic Mission has opened a school that is for all people that are willing to learn, regardless of their creed, religion, tribe, ethnicity, or whatever line. And I was the school officer that is in charge, that was in charge of registration. I registered them without precondition, simply because their interest is to learn. And I could see his son the other time from Unity State is called Bok Zakaria. He was an MP. And he was one of the boys that came to Yirul. Education means empowerment. You can be empowered through education, simply because you will be subjected to systematic acquisition of knowledge that you can use to change your own situation. And if at all you have the capacity beyond that, you can change the situation of the rest of the people around you. That is the biggest benefit of education. And if you look at the scholars in the world, one of the people that has actually excelled in his field of choice is himself, the American Ben Carson. If you take his history or the story of Ben Carson, you will be able to know that a child of a single mother who is also illiterate or lowly educated has the capacity to become the best neurosurgeon, at least among the best neurosurgeons in the world. If you look at the story of Dr. Ben Carson, in all his 5 books that I have read, The Gifted Hands, Think Big, The Big Picture, Take the Risk, and The Nations, One Nation, that is the America. If you look at the background of Ben Carson, he is a superior intellectual. He is a superior intellectual. But from his background, he doesn't even know where his father disappeared to. He only knows his mother, the ones he refers to as Sonia Carson, who raised him with his brother, who was later on an engineer somewhere in the aeronautical aspect. Education can give a child of a widow the opportunity to rub shoulders with the children of generals. That is the meaning of education. Taking education from that perspective, we can be able to create an impact on the societies that are downtrodden by giving them the light. And if you have a light in the darkness, you can be able to see the direction that you want to navigate to. That is the meaning of education also in other aspects. So when we talk about education, the acquisition of education is actually multiple in character. It is multiple in character. Even in your own house, you do not have to say my children are school going, so the education they are acquiring is enough for their life in the future. You have even to tell them that being asked by an elder to give him a fire to lit his cigarette is also a responsibility, and it is part of education. And if you look at the ministries of education in Sudan, not South Sudan, in Sudan, then they say in Arabic that the ministry itself has been named as Wazara Terbiya wa Ta'alim. Okay? Wazara Terbiya wa Ta'alim. You are developing somebody, growth of somebody who is under you, and you are also educating them. Wazara Terbiya wa Ta'alim. And this is Terbiya and also Ta'alim at the same time. And then we say that it is ministry of education and guidance. Okay? You are also guiding people to achieve the maximum out of their potential so that they become better citizens in their own situation. And if we take, for example, the situation that is now in South Sudan, lack of education is a biggest reason why it is not growing. It is the biggest reason why South Sudan is not growing. When I say it's lack of education, I don't necessarily want to say that Kir lacks education or ministers lack education or something of that kind. No. It is the population that is lacking education. And therefore, the utilization of their resources does not benefit them because they have no voice to ask the authorities to effect the development that they require from the resources that they have given to the government. That is lack of education, and that is where education becomes important. You can become a citizen that is well-oriented and to your maximum affinity and ability, and therefore you grow as wholesome and not something that does not know how the world is working. That is actually another importance of education. Another importance of education is people of Majung Kidiop in the next 10 years will realize that the small school that is amidst them has changed the society that belongs to Majung Kidiop and its embryo, and even beyond, to the extent that they will say, they will say that one. So education here will multiply the capacities of those people to the highest level of productivity. And when I say education, I do not mean education to only force the government. That is not the education alone. If you are educated, you cannot be ignorant in all matters. Right. First of all, educated people will not suffer from hunger. Why? because they have the alertness. They have the capacity to sense, even from the absence of rain, that the productivity will be low. And therefore, we will have to prepare for the eventualities that are being brought about by the drought. They will have also to look for plans that are alternative to the existing plans. This is how education becomes the core factor in our society. And education is not reading and writing alone. I have mentioned before, there are several forms it takes. And I would want to say one of the forms it takes is that educated people will make things differently. They say education is not only oriented to the goal of knowing more. It is more or less oriented to goal of making things differently. And that is why I have always been stressing that there are people in the rural setup, but they are educated in their own way. The example is, if you go to the kitchen, if a mother goes to the kitchen with a meat, she will be able to produce shorba. This is one. It is from meat and it has a taste that is distinct in its delicious way. And then she will use the same meat with the vegetables to either make kudra or something like mafruk. That is broth number 2, again from meat. And she may end up converting this meat to chaya. You see, she has made these things differently. The taste of shorba is not the taste of chaya, but it is all meat, and it is not the taste of combo. That is the meaning of education. If you are educated, you can be able to be very facultative. You can be able to do things in a different way. Therefore, rural people should not be ignored or disrespected because they do not know to speak English. Education is not all about language. There are people that I know that are educated in their own language, including the Chinese, people in the Eastern Europe. The Russians do not necessarily speak on frequent basis English. They have their language, and their language is enough as a tool of instruction so that their people can gain the science and technology that they have in their vicinities. The same thing with the Israelites. They are within the Arab world, not necessarily speaking Arabic. They speak their local languages, and they have the capacity to protect themselves from anybody or attack anybody. Whether wrong or good, it is the education that gives their small population the capacity to fight for their livelihood, particularly in science and technology. So we do not have to mock somebody who does not speak English as good as the white man. But we have to understand that this education that they have acquired in whichever language has impacted on their lives positively. For example, you Madit, you don't speak like Bill Clinton.
Right.
You speak like Abraham Madit, but you have the great idea of being in the United States, but your concern is, I left people of Majungidiob and other parts of South Sudan dominantly being affected by illiteracy. Why must I not inject a dose of education to them? And that is it. That is the meaning of education. To think positively so that you can impact the lives of others. I believe your own daughter, your own son, or maybe very close relatives will not be enrolled in Majungidiob primary school because your son needs you closer, and you will not take the child from USA to enroll in Majungidiob as you remain there. You need also to guide them. But you are making this for the welfare of your society and the societies that will benefit there that are not necessarily from where you come. Therefore, education is the biggest touch that we can use to lead all the dark passes that have made the South Sudan the stagnated nation like it is today. Also, our youth in South Sudan are on the streets of Juba, taking tea under trees and blaming the government of the Republic of South Sudan on 1, 2, 3 things, they are right, justified in that. Because the government has not curbed insecurity so that you can be able to handle your matters as an educated person in a free environment devoid of security concerns. You see, you can even go. Some people are educated as far as the tertiary level in agriculture. I know them. They can be able to demonstrate their agricultural training in a manner that will benefit the society, but it is being gagged by the security concern. You see, also others are educated to the tertiary level in medical practice. There is no distinction between who knows it and who doesn't know it, because everybody has made a clinic or two to only poison South Sudanese with the medicine that have not been verified by FDA or any other local verification authority that can approve things, because I have seen the market in South Sudan is dominated with counterfeit drugs that are even harmful to the bodies of our people, and so many other sectors. By saying this, I am not blaming anybody, because we can contribute in our own small ways. For example, the education in South Sudan is not necessarily lack of buildings. It is not lack of buildings. No, if it is an issue of buildings, people that are speaking like myself today, plus many other young people, were learning under trees during the bush life. And I do not want to say South Sudanese should remain learning under trees. No. A significant number of buildings is there. And I believe with contributions from different people, including what you are doing, the buildings will still be there. But the question is, the educational sector of the Republic of South Sudan has been left to underdogs. Whether people like it or not, this is very true, and it is true to the core. Anybody that says that it is not true, I will borrow Achebe's words when he was saying that anybody who says there is no corruption in Nigeria is either a crook or a lunatic. You see? So in South Sudan, education has been left to underdogs. Look at it like this. The educational sector is the least paid of all. The last time I checked, the teachers in my village are primary school dropout.
Yes.
They have dropped out in classes as low as class 5 and as low as class 6. And then they have been accepted to teach our children of primary school that has classes as high as class 7 and 8. That is the abandonment of the education sector. And how? It is because the salary was between 250 to 300 South Sudanese pounds those days. And if you want to tell me that the South Sudanese pounds was strong that day or during those days, I would agree, because it was strong to a certain extent. But 250 to 300 South Sudanese pounds is equivalent to $100. I believe very well a dedicated American would get $100 from a single day work, 8 hours. If you put your efforts to that direction. Assuming in Europe or here in Africa, education sector is the mother of all. Education sector is the mother of all. And a person who is imparting education should be treated to the best. If you say I am Dr. Sunday, who taught me? I did not just wake up and call myself a doctor. I was taught from primary school to the last stage that I am in, and that work is by a teacher, is an educationist. Whether be that person a medical educationist, be a chemistry educationist, a physics educationist, a mathematics educationist, a mere social studies educationist, or English educationist, that person has an impact on the society, because this education that has to be imparted to the next generation has to come through instruction of a person that has the capacity to do it well. And that person is a teacher. And in South Sudan, the most valueless member of the civil service is a teacher, because the salary is between 250 to 300. And if they have increased it, it is insignificant again to maintain them. That is one way of having left the education in South Sudan to underdog, underpayment. And you look here, education also in South Sudan, universities. University of Juba, I know, has an education faculty, plus the Upper Nile and other universities. They have education faculties. But the intake to those faculties is not as equal as intake to medicine, as equal to intake to engineering or pharmacy. The lowly achieving students are the one being enrolled to education sector. How do you want the society to be productive if you are turning away the brilliant brains from being the source of education? You want to be taught by the lowly achieving teachers by putting the standards so low in terms of career goals. For example, when you choose to go to a faculty, for example, you want to go to a certain school, a business school, medical school, engineering school, school of education, or any other school, there are always what we refer to as career goals. What do you want to achieve if you develop yourself as a career member of that faculty? They include personal entitlements, including a good salary.
Right.
Who is that student that has scored an A in the Republic of South Sudan that would accept to apply to the faculty of education in any of the universities when he knows the salary of that teacher is going to be 250 SSP? That is today mentioned as an equivalent of a glass of tea. When people say that everything is not about money, they are actually lying to some extent. Because when I was a teacher, I know teaching is the most tedious work that you can do. You stand for a number of minutes, nearly an hour, for a junior learners, around 45 minutes at least.
Right.
And there are what we refer to as double periods those days that will take you beyond an hour. And you are standing there trying to interpret the body of the knowledge to the understanding of somebody who is not yet developed to your stage. Through repetition and exemplification, you will actually be using your potential energy when kinetic energy has gone, and you will still require more energy. So no teacher will ever teach you a good lesson if he is hungry. And it becomes worse if this teacher is aware that his children at home are hungry and he is hungry in school.
Right.
That is why I am saying that the career in education has been rendered useless by trying to make useless emoluments to the teachers and the related teaching cadres in the country and beyond. While you are trying your best to say, like my brother Hassan mentioned a while ago, that it is not only the government that would build schools to our society, even the society has a role to contribute. I agree with him to a certain extent, but I also differ with him. One, our society has never refused to contribute.
Right.
Our society has never refused to contribute. during the liberation struggle, they have contributed everything in their disposal to ensure the movement, the SPLA is working to its best ability without being affected by lack of this and lack of that. They have contributed their children as a workforce, that is the manpower, the human resource of the SPLA, including, people were actually named by chiefs. That was work that was done by our people. They have contributed their bulls. They have contributed their grains, that is sorghum and other kind of grains that we have. They have contributed groundnuts, the produce from their farms in all varieties. And they have gone even to the level of cooking a ready food and take it to the military camp for the feeding of the soldiers. They have made abre, I do not know how to call it in English.
Paper food or something like that.
They say a paper food. I have not seen it anywhere in the.
Yeah, we don't have it in America, but they spread this food on it. You
see, this food can be eaten when it is freshly made, and also can be put into the sun to dry. And after it dries, it is strengthened so that it is put in small bags and taken to the camp, so that people can be able to benefit from it when they are at war. You do not need to prepare it again. You just need warm water, pour it into it, and it becomes food again. Yeah. Our mothers have done this. Not necessarily my mother, whom I lost, but all members of our society have done that one. Mm-hmm. When I was a small person who joined the SPLM at a small age, I was stationed when we left Ethiopia initially in Jebel Rat, then moved to a place called Korchum. While everybody was transported to the Kenyan border, that is a place that was called Narus, we remained there. We moved through Murle land. Murle were also contributing to us. Mm-hmm. You see, in Nyalongoro, in Buma, and even in Buma Folk, when we were dislodged from ground up, we were benefiting from Kachipo and the surrounding Jia and the Ngalam section of Murle, plus also the ones in Bibor. As we move to cross desert, the Kosingor desert, we have moved to Taposa land from Mongos.
And Boya.
From Mongos area, we track the Taposa land to Boya land. Mm-hmm. As far as Praxika and to Kidibo, and we move to the Imitong Hills through Istoki down to the Logopora area, and then the other way to Torid, and we were also chased away the following day by the Arabs, the invading forces of Seb and Gubur, as we have to advance to Emorok, down to Magui, and later on, as we spend years in that territory. This was happening elsewhere in Awil. It was happening elsewhere in Warab. It was happening elsewhere in other parts of our country. Now, is that not a significant contribution? Yes, it is a significant contribution. Today we have achieved a country that is efficient. What is efficiency? We know this. And our country, I can say, is efficient because, one, we have resources. We have resources. We have wildlife that can attract tourists in abundance. We have all the pictures that can attract the tourists that we can make money from, provide that there is security in place and roads network. We also have the oil money. Why are we ashamed to say it? We also have the oil money. All these can be converted into developmental plans that can be achieved within a short time. I believe you did not raise $1 million to construct that school. But reliably, I know the state house that you see in Rumbek was constructed with over $20 million. Yep. That is a joke. Now you want our people. I know there are people who have contributed significantly in our society. And there the government officials have asked them to contribute cows in the interest of making education, and it was done. But there is no single classroom, not even a toilet, to say, that was constructed later. The society has been exhausted. They are contributing only to thieves. And therefore, I would say that while we beg from our friends, we should also stress that our self-sufficiency becomes a matter of vitality. If it is not vital, then even if you go to beg and the person you are begging is aware you have more than you need, you will be asked that this is a wrong thing. I would want to give you an example. There was time in our country of the Republic of South Sudan where a government official, through a resolution of the Council of Ministers, was instructed to follow up on a loan from Norway. Okay? I know the name of the person. I don't want to say it now. I will be like vilifying them for no good reason until the right time comes. That person was following up the government loans. And when the loans matured, he was asked to give an account that would be used for the transaction of the amount that has been requested as loan. At least loans come with interest. Okay? This person decided to give his personal account, not institutional account, to the body, the Norwegian leadership that was to offer the money that is being borrowed by our country. And when the transaction was to be done, it was like in that account that that person gave, there was enough money than what is needed to be borrowed. And then it was suspended. The Norwegians suspended this borrowing while instructing the government to get loans from the person that they have sent to them because he has more money than they want. What I want to say is, in our country, there is already a wide economic gap that some people would be sources of borrowing by the government of our country, simply because they have utilized these resources, whether it is coming locally from the people or from the oil money that they call not people's money, and accrued it for themselves, and allowing the government to be bankrupt to the stage that it goes borrowing, and then the accounts of these thieves are used as the way of achieving the loans, and then the loanee, or whatever name you will give them, eventually were rejected simply because the loaner has a capacity to detect that you have more money than your own country. Why can't you just let the country borrow from you? What I am trying to say is the local contribution by our society is not being directed in a manner that is transparent and accountable. But I know very well from the subsidiary loans that you are getting, or just donations from people of goodwill, you have made that building behind you and more. And I believe you have a quest to do even more than that, simply because your board and yourself have clean heart. You do not want to be rich by asking others to contribute and then you take it for yourself. That would be a gross violation of their interest to serve the societies that are downtrodden through you. And I am very thankful to you, simply because you have not put blood in your hands. Blood does not come in terms of blood as a blood, the mixture of red cells, white cells, and the related plasma. No, that is not the blood alone. If you have used the funds belonging to somebody wrongly until they die, blood is in your hand. Exactly. You don't have to kill them directly. You can indirectly kill them. So what I am trying to say is, education is very important to our society because it is the light that we need to lead the path that is dark to make our country a country that is self-sufficient and capable of being a member of the world in harmony. How does this come? It comes when the people have been empowered with the knowledge. They can be able even to mitigate the mere conflicts that are happening in the rural setup. For example, if you go today, what makes people fight in Majungkidiop at the water point is very simple. It is the scarcity of time. The wife of Mr. X needs water to go and prepare something at home. The wife of Mr. X too is interested in the same. And that becomes the basis of competition, because a water point is only one. You see? And they need to extract that water at the same time. And that is the definition of competition. A competition is anything that arises when the organisms are extracting the same or exploiting the same resources, but the resources are not adequate to fulfill what their demands. That is the basis of the competition. And what I want to say here is, education is a tool that can also be used to mitigate conflict. Educated people will go to war only after weighing that the benefits that they will get from war are above that they already have. Nobody will insult a brother simply because educated person will reason. What benefit will you gain by insulting Abraham? It is to hurt his feelings, and so what? There is nothing that you will gain out of it. So it has no meaning. You will be oriented to a societal member that uses only the intellectual capacity to achieve the maximum goals that they want to achieve. Exactly. For example, when the world was reordered, it is simply because of sufficient discovery in science, and people of the world decided to live in harmony, because harming one another is only a futile cycle. We understand this as educated people. You cannot kill a brother simply because you know killing is not something that helps the nations grow. It cannot also help you as a person to grow. All those things would come in as a matter of education. Educated people will not be exploited. For example, if we do not have war in South Sudan with the neighboring countries, what do we need 1 million men for? To go and fight who? But least educated are the ones they take by force to go and fight for personal wars. You see? Educated people will use the inability of the less educated or unschooled people to exploit them to the fullest in a bad way. They can be agents of war. They can be used as tools of production. They can be used as political tools to achieve personal goals, and so and so and so. They can even be taught to hate one another. With the conflicts that are raging in our country, the Republic of South Sudan, the conflicts are not just self-generated. They are fueled by people who have developed in terms of education to either keep themselves in their position or exploit more, because people will give excuse that the conflict is taking the resources, and so there is no development. When resources are actually being owned up by 10, 20 people to make themselves even stronger than the rest and use them to fight one another all the times. If you are educated, you will look for alternative ways of survival other than depending on a person that would make you advance the conflict with people who do not have any reason with you to fight. All these are the benefits of education. I'm not saying this to pin the government of South Sudan on the wall. I'm not saying this to say my community or the community that belongs to the neighboring society is less valuable in terms of contribution to develop the educational sector. But anything that needs to be developed has to have a policy. What is our South Sudan education policy? For example, the school that you have constructed in Majungkidiop, Which curriculum are you going to teach there? What is the examining body? Which universities are you preparing those students for? Or which job markets are they being prepared for? All those are supposed to be developed at the policy level. South Sudan up to today does not have a curriculum. There is no syllabus that I know. All those other books that they have put in the market there are not even being used by the teachers. They still borrow from Uganda and Kenya and other countries like Sudan. Are we incapable of developing a syllabus that is tailored to our environment? From those days when we used to learn the Kenyan syllabus, you will see people like Mr. Kamau is a motorist. He is driving at this speed, calculate the distance between Machakos and Nairobi. You are trying to calculate the time that he spent on the way, and is this Kamau. Some of our boys begin to say these names are not ordinary names. They might be extraordinary because we are reading them in books. We have Kamaus in South Sudan. We have the Karanjas today, just because you can just pronounce them. Yeah? When I was sitting for a certain examination, all those days I was preparing pupils that were going to seminary. Yes. I was preparing them using certain old papers so that they can be able to know the content of what they will expect from the examiners. I was able to see that Jane is easily affected by events. I changed that one. Akuri is easily affected by the events. The student who got the answer to Jane is easily being affected by the event. Jane is emotional. That is the word emotion is in bracket, and you have to put it in adverb form. And then somebody just said, why is it Akura again? And it was Jane a while ago. You see, that is a wrong orientation. You see?
Right. Yeah.
It's a wrong orientation. We have to make a syllabus to suit our situation. That is what, just like laws, they are made to the local understanding of the people. Okay? If you are telling my child that A is for apple, and you are not saying A is for a kut, it would even be very difficult for this child to understand, because I don't have apples anywhere in my locality. Unless you buy them in supermarkets, in towns like here. But do people of Majungkidhiop know apples? Have you ever seen an apple tree in Majungkidhiop?
No.
But if you move around, you will see a kut everywhere.
Yes.
What is required there is just a certain spelling that begins with A. A kut also begins with A. Why can't we say R is for rak, or R is for
a kut?
Yes, A is for a kut. B is for bull. We were told A is for apple, B for bat, C for cat. Yes, cat is relevant. We have it. D for dog. We have E for elephant. We have. F is for frog. G for giraffe.
Yeah, we have those.
H for anything that we know, like hood. Okay? Hood could be ha in Dinka, but still we can find a letter that is suitable, or an example that is suitable with the letter H, and then we exemplify using, like when Professor Job was writing in Dinka, he was saying, Kona chideng yup no teny madan. Achila chiwam queen. You think? Lunumacholo Marial team to quit what? People locally will know Lunumacholo Marial is in existence.
Exactly.
You see? But when I have to say that Prime Minister Boris Johnson has entered Westminster building, what is it to people of Majungkidhiop? What do they want to know about Westminster that Boris has entered too? You see, all those things are not there in our country. We have not developed a curriculum that would be used to teach our children. We are not sure of the examining body, because the existing examining body releases the examination papers. They release the examination paper even before the exam time to specific children, or even sell it in the market. There is no credibility, simply because education sector has been left to mediocrity. Look at it again from that aspect. Education, like handling the resources of the country, requires integrity. If, for example, a minister of education, I don't have to say so and so, okay, has no certificate, has no degree certificate in terms of educational process, but has acquired educational degree from the black market, do you think this person will have guts to make our education system powerful? He has not known how painful it is to acquire a certain level of education. By the end of the day, there is nothing new that education is bringing to us. But education is a tool to challenge us, to bring whatever that is in us out. True. And if it is made so to be very easy, what benefit will we gain from it? While you are constructing that school in Majung Chidiop, you and I plus others should think that these children of Majung Chidiop needs a curriculum that is locally tailored. These children of Majung Chidiop are actually important to us, that they should be examined by a credible body. And if they finish a certain level, even if we transfer them to the United States of America, to the United Kingdoms, to East Africa, or any part of the world, they should have the relevance. Okay? They should have the relevance. A physics taught in Majung Chidiop Secondary School will be challenged only if it is being taught in a mediocre way. But if your child in Majung Chidiop has been taught through a system that has been well developed, goal-oriented, that children can also be very efficient in Uganda. They can be very efficient in America. They can be efficient everywhere. We have to think of this education as a whole, not as just a portion of it. We need a body that is tasked with the development of curriculum. Choice of it matters too. Make it as strong as we deserve, implied through teachers that have been well prepared, that they know how to make their lesson plans and make the children understand it to the best of their abilities. And these people will be prepared as a human resource that work credibly for our people. Also, the government of South Sudan and the private sectors have decided as a matter of ignorance to accept any certificate that come by. Okay? Or even employ people who have any document. Why was educational system designed? It is designed to make matters easy for decision makers. One, if you don't have it, I don't have to have a headache of employing you as a manager of a certain multi-billion company, because you will render that company broke by not doing the right thing. So I'll go to a person who has done the right thing. And that is the basis of education being a great equalizer. If you have it, you will not mismanage the things that you have been tasked to manage simply because you are from a black race. No. When Obama was made the president of the United States of America, he was not a Muzungu. He was not a white man. But he was equal to any white man because he has gone through the same educational system and he acquires the right as a citizen, and he can be tasked to the level of achievement that is required by the nation, which you did rightly well. You did the same with the previous presidents and the current ones, including Trump. They have all done their best because they have the same education as the requirement. What is it that you will stop? For example, the office of a president A constitutional post, a political post is not a big factor. What about the technical post? Where somebody was just writing articles to a newspaper for a few weeks and then move on the streets of Juba claiming being a journalist when he has never gone to any school of journalism or even gone to any training that confers journalistic knowledge, and claims one. He will begin to see women and vomit. Okay? Because there is no ethics. Values of education begin from the point of ethics. Value of education is associated with preparing you to be all-rounded. All-rounded. You turn left, you are right. You turn right, you are right. Up, you are right. In front or back, you are right. That is what the education wants in our country. It is what it wants. Now, these children that needs to be taught should not just be left because the system is unprepared. That is not the direction to take. We can use whatever we have in hand to achieve what is lying ahead. Possibly by constructing Majung Chidiop primary school, asking for funds from those who have it would be the best choice that we are making today to prepare the best education system in the next 10 years. We don't need to relax. We have to do something. And the donors outside there should note that you don't have to be rich to be a donor. You have to have a feeling of sharing the little you have with a brother or sister. This is not a matter of maximum generosity. All human beings are generous simply because they are created by the Almighty that has provided everything for free to us. And since we have known that education has become so important for the welfare, what is welfare, if we want to say? It's not an issue of war. If I wake up every morning and call Madid to give me what to eat in the morning, ask him in the afternoon, ask him tomorrow, that is not being peaceful. You are not being peaceful because of my disturbance. If you know how to empower me, you can even be peaceful because I will be powerful just like you, and I will extract my own needs in my own way. I was told that people are becoming corrupt in South Sudan because they have many dependents. That can be true to a certain extent. But if you have stolen in the interest of these dependents, why have you stolen it and hide it under the bed so that you put it in their hands? Why don't you use it to empower them? You should use it to empower them so that they cannot depend on you. And that is what I want to tell those donors, that South Sudanese are interested in being helped, not because they don't have, but because they don't have access to what they don't have on equal footing. And you cannot just accept to die or remain behind. If you look at our colleagues or sons and daughters of ministers, presidents, they are even beyond the continent of Africa. They have been sent to the United States of America, to the United Kingdoms, where they go and bring fake degrees to their parents who are using millions and millions of dollars to serve them. Because they go and spend those dollars in clubs, nightclubs, chasing women or taking alcohol in excess or other drugs. The better way is to make locally grown education so that you can be peer reviewed by your local brothers. Do not think that those that study in the University of Juba are less intellectual than he who studied, for example, in Harvard or called Oxford. No, they just have to have a right material. Even in Majung Chidiop, I believe Majung Chidiop is not far away from Yang Tigiom. When Ustaz,
Yep, they are close.
when Ustaz Stephen Tujmading, may God rest his soul in peace, and Ustaz Moses Manuadamal, Ustaz Philip Payi Mamour, Ustaz Maburaleng, plus many others, including Kosia Kodlok, decided to educate people in the rural aspect. They actually have prepared people to better schools. And I know graduates of Yang Tigiom Primary School today. The likes of Joseph Makir has gone to Yang Tigiom Primary School and is today a renowned agriculturalist. There are people like myself. Although I belong to Mapodit Primary School, I have also gone to the rural schools, including in Pulumagar. And not to say the schools I have gone to in places like Nyalongoro, when a soldier would put down his gun and teach you because he knows some words better than you. Like I could remember one of our teachers, he was later on killed in Kor Bulldozer. He just taught us in Korshu. And he was just saying, I see my eye in the Maroro. That is mirror that he was saying. He was seeing his eyes in the Maroro. And that one, I believe me, was a preparation. No effort is wasted when it is geared towards educating somebody. And those who put their efforts there are never losers. They gain at the end of the day. When we were taught, there were loitering books from Kenya. There was one called Read With Us. There was another one called Allo Children. You can recall this book, you yourself, Madit. You have
Yes, I know. Yeah,
you see?
We read
they were not locally made by us. They
Mhm.
were made by others.
Yes.
But there is no knowledge that is a waste. There is no knowledge that is a waste. And you don't have to be rich to contribute positively to the lives of somebody. Even at your stage, as somebody that is being affected by war as a South Sudanese, you can still contribute to Majung Kidiop. And I have seen our money in South Sudan is directed towards very bad cause. There was a day something called concert was organized. I am not against enjoyment, but what do you enjoy if you are not comfortable? What do you enjoy if your house is not in order? A concert was organized in Nyakuren Cultural Center, and a foreign musician came there, touching the private parts of our sisters and daughters, and is being showered from all directions with money to go and do what? 1 hour, 2 hour performance on a stage on a already song that is in a like this, and we are giving all our money to that person to gain what out of it? If I have seen a foreign musician dancing half naked on the stage, and I laugh for 2-3 hours, and then go back to sleep, have I secured what? They donate to things that are useless, and they avoid donating to the things that are useful, simply because the society is not aware, it's not goal-oriented.
Oh. Okay. Welcome, Brother Wani. Yes, Sunday's drop off, I think, network. Yeah, welcome to my show. So this is not a Lake State Media show anyway. This is my organization. I'm launching this media today for the Rssvp media organization. So for the topic for today is about the education, how the education is important in South Sudan. And another thing too, I want to let people know about the work of my organization that they're doing back home in South Sudan. So welcome. You can put your input while Sunny John will join you a little bit. Oh, unmute yourself.
Abraham did my job.
Yeah.
First of all, let me apologize because on my comment earlier, I know you as one of the hosts in the Lake State Media.
Yeah.
My comment was automatically reflected to the Lake State Media.
Yes.
But thank you so much. I maybe like down the road, I was able to recognize that no, this is not Lake State Media, but I was not able to ratify my comment. Yeah. First, let me salute Dr. Sandy John, and I would also wanted to salute you for the great work you have done, and also through your platform Rssvp, allow me to also greet the people of South Sudan.
So why do you have another device open?
Sorry?
Do you have another device open because it's making
No,
echo
I don't
sound?
have another device. Maybe just my computer is overloaded because I can also hear the echoing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can mute myself and Sunday.
Yeah. I hope that I don't have much contribution to say.
Okay, it's not working. Yeah. Go ahead. So I don't know. You are using computer much?
Just let me say that because the computer is echoing, I would like to say that Dr. Sande Dijon, it is very pleasure to see you again, my brother.
Thank you.
Elaborating about the fact of education in South Sudan. One thing that before I become a politician, maybe many people do not know that I was a teacher. I was a teacher since I was 21. Today I'm 41. So I taught in Abraham School. If some of you are in Khartoum in Abraham School, which is predominantly dominated by my brother, the Jeng community in Bahari. If you guys heard about Abraham School, I was a teacher there. I taught some of my brother, the Jeng community. In some of my class, I will have about 75 students. When I was 21, and some of these students of mine, some of them are over 40. That was one of the love that we have toward each other as South Sudanese, to uplift each other up. After I finished my high school certificate in Khartoum, I immediately enrolled in teaching career. And after teaching in Abraham School for 2 years, I moved to Alinkas School, and that was headed by teacher Kat. And basically, after Kat and Abraham, they split the school, I joined the Kat team. And Kat is from, what do you call, ABA. And so I taught there also for 2 years. I was teaching from grade 5 all the way to grade 8, physics and maths and English. So I have done my best in regarding to uplifting my community as South Sudanese. At that time, we don't have Equatorial, we don't have Jeng, we don't have Bargazal, we don't have Apanai. We're all South Sudanese. So it was my pride to stand in front of my elder brothers to teach them a little bit of my knowledge that I gained from St. Augustine. Having said that, I just wanted to compliment you, my brother Abraham Madid, for the great job that you have done. Having seen this school behind you there, this is a great contribution, by the way. The spirit that compel you to do that kind of project. If this spirit has the government of Salva Kiir and the ministers that Bill mentions in the diasporas, in the neighboring countries, if they have the spirit that you did, South Sudan could have built better school than this. But what I would say is that it's never too late. One day, young men like you will take charge of that country. One day, young men like Dr. Sanders John will take charge of that country. At that time, we will do what we aspire to do right now. Matter of fact, if we're talking about education, our education system, like when I was in Katire Refugees School in Khartoum, that was in 1989 in Katire and Anzara. Maybe some of my colleagues are watching me on this platform. We were also taught under the Kenyan and Ugandan curriculum. If you understand a man and a pan and Mr. Kazi and Mrs. Kazi, those are the 1960s curriculum of Kenya.
Yes.
And if we see that most of African countries are still stuck with that kind of curriculum. In the modern era, as we're living in the Western Hemisphere, even the white men are trying to reinvent the educational curriculum. One thing that made Chinese was able to catch up with the United States. Today, Chinese is the second powerful economically and militarily to the world after the United States. When I was growing as a child, I was listening Chinese people are starving. Chinese people are developing country. Today, Chinese is the second major economic in the world, the second militarily powerful nation in the earth, influencing the decision making on earth. If we see what is it that the Chinese did in the last 50 years, that makes them become the second dominant economy in the world, is that they reinvent their educational curriculums. And this is what we as a new nation in South Sudan, we need to do. We don't need to follow into that trap of drawing grasshoppers and mosquitoes and labeling them again. We don't want to fall into the trap of learning about the Arab geographical demography or geography of Arab world countries and African countries. We need to see what is it that the world now make the world great nation. What has made Singapore, what has made Brazil in the last 30 years able to make jet engines, and Brazil now is building planes. What is it? And not elaborating very much, I think my brother Sandy has spoken a lot. If I would say, my idea is that we need to reinvent our education in South Sudan. What does it mean? Number one, we need to identify the language of our education in South Sudan. If it is English, then we have to be vigorous that we bring teachers from abroad. We pay the money in order to teach us to know English better. This is one thing. Number two is that if we're learning general science, it has to be all the way to grade 8. But that does not mean that we have to abandon the general science. What I meant is that the old mode or the tactics or the strategies of the old education system, we have to reduce on that because we are the new nation at the verge of building. What does it mean? It means that we need to reinvent our education based on technical aspects. Today, we see that everything is made in China. Even here in Canada, 95% of the products that Canadians are consuming are made in China. What is it? It means that we need to invent our education based on technical aspects. We need to teach our kids from grade 8 how to hold and how to mix the ratio of cement and how to hold a bricks, how to build a nation. We don't want to dwell basely on how to teach more economical and graduate students in the medical field. We already have doctors. Dr. Sander De Jong is here, and many of like him, even some of them are getting killed today in Kojok and other part of South Sudan. But South Sudan's are missing or lacking technical students. Soon we want to be able to make things. We need people to work in the field of welding. We need people to work in the field of electrical engineering. We need people to work in the field of carpentry, because now that we also bring all these things, these basic needs that we have to bring them from. We are bringing them from Uganda and Kenya, even making beds. And this will provide jobs for our people. We only need few people that are very smart from grade 8 that are going to high school. We need to take those into the engineering aspects, mechanical and medical engineering. We need to filter our students. Not everybody has to go all the way obliviously trying to be a doctor. I believe from grade 8, we're supposed to be able, every school supposed to be able to identify. That's what Mao did. From grade 8, they were able to filter the best students that are very mathematically oriented. They take them to mathematical schools and engineering schools. From high school, there's engineering school and mathematical and physics school from high school. They have to, our students are supposed to be able to specify from grade 8. But most, I can say that we need to reinvent technical aspects because we are the new building nation. This is how I can contribute. But I would say that for our people in South Sudan, I encourage them that they have to support people like you, Abraham Majid, people that has a spirit to serve a nation. Our people, our brothers that have been used to fuel the conflict in the country in order to keep the elite in power so that they can loot the resources of the country for themselves. These brothers of ours has to open their eyes. We cannot keep our country in perpetual war, killing each other, while only few people are the one reaping the benefit of this nation that has taken over 2 million people. President Salva Kiir and his comrades, we would thank them for what they have done in this nation for over 30 years. They have sacrificed their life. But I believe if because of the incentive they have taken enough, let them leave this nation to be led by people like you. If I see this building behind you, Abraham Majid, this building probably costs maybe $10,000, maybe less than that. Why would you sacrifice that little amount to build some classes while the nation is blessed with gold and oil and everything, and our ratio, our income for the resources of the nation is surpassing hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we cannot build a school, a modern school with the modern features, and we cannot bring teachers. I remember when I was growing in 1990s, the Qatar and Dubai and Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Yemen, they are developing desert nation. The United Arab Emirates for the last just 40 years, as I'm growing, today Dubai has catch up with America. What is it that make them able to catch up with America and Japan and all this modern nation? What is it that the Arabs has done that we, African and specifically South Sudanese, we could not do? They have prioritized their education and the needs in the field of the education that they need. And I would see that that's what we as South Sudanese, especially, we don't need to follow the Uganda and Kenya. We as a new nation that has never been built, we were abandoned from the creation up to this time. Even our brothers in the north has abandoned us from 1955, even prior to our independence. They have marginalized our nation. South Sudan does not have to go through the phase of corruption that we have gone through it for the last 16 years. Although we have gotten our independence from 2005, from the time that South Sudanese began to rule themselves. Although we got our independence in 2011, but I count that we got our independence from 2005, July 2005. What did we do other than we see people, individuals who loot the country resources and wealth to build themselves hotels and homes that they lease to the foreigners in the country? We want to see hospitals, we want to see schools, we want to see roads, we want to see airports, we want to see South Sudan connected. We have not seen this under the regime of Salva Kiir. And I believe if this nation is being bestowed upon people like you, Abraham Madid, and Dr. Sandra Dijon, and many others, by now, we could have built that South Sudan. Lula da Silva, the president of Brazil, when he took over, Lula da Silva is a graduate of high school just like my level, not a PhD holder. But when he ruled Brazil for 15 years, Brazil were able to make planes. They are building planes. This is the kind of the spirit that we have. We need to have. If you see that we have people like Sana Dijon and many others that are well qualified, they can be able to draft a balance of the economic of the states. They can be able to know where the deficit is, where the resources supposed to be channeled. And these people have been killed. These people have been deserted from the country. People like Luka Byong, who has been given warning to leave the country so that he can flee for his life. Where are we going as South Sudanese? My friend, I don't have any much to say.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that don't give up. I'm encouraging you. What you have done, I have seen behind you there where my brothers and sisters are sitting on those bench, even though they are not getting the modern education, at least they are getting education. At least they are not under the trees. One day, young men like Sana Dijon will take over that country. Young men like others will take over that country. Young men like Edward Ashek will take that country, like Jonkur will take that country. And many others that will be able to prioritize what is it that can lift us from poverty. The regime of Kir has made us lovable. We become lovable from Africa all the way to the diaspora. Sometimes it is very painful to identify ourselves as South Sudanese. I went to the university here and I was talking with my professors, and we started to introduce ourselves. The moment I said that I'm from South Sudan, one of the doctors and the professors just took off and he left. and the other one who is from Nigeria, he stay and say, what is the problem with the South Sudanese? He started asking me why you guys have fought the North for more than 30 years, and now that you guys fighting each other. That was the question every South Sudanese has been confronted with, whether from our brothers, the Africans, or the white people. They're asking us, what is it that is wrong with you guys? I wanted to encourage all of us through this platform that we should never give up. I am talking in front of you not just because my name is Wani, but I have more sisters married to the Jeng communities. I have nephews and cousins from Jeng. They call me uncle. And I take pride on that. We are one people. This country should not be prioritized for the Jeng or for the Bari or for the Shulo or for the Nuer or for the Anyuak or for any people. We're supposed to identify ourselves as South Sudanese who fought in one trenches, who shed the same color of blood in South Sudan. By now, although even now that we are talking, it's still our country. The majority of the people living in our country are the Ugandese and the Kenyans and the other people from Africa. Meanwhile, 80% of the South Sudanese are deserted in the neighboring countries and in the diaspora. The wealth of our nation now, it's under the hand of the foreigner. Why? And not the entire country. We're talking about Juba. We're talking about Juba. If now I see the building you built, Abraham, behind you, that building, if it is in Kwajok or wherever, I don't know where it is. If you see that building, it's like a building being erected in the middle of nowhere. My brothers, I don't have much to say. Let God help you. And God help
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Wadi. I know is sometimes, it's really our country, is need a lot of work. And that's the reason why I like for today's topic is for education. So, and also too, I know I want to make it very simple for all of us South Sudanese to talk simple thing about. If I choose today, like a topic about education, let us talk about education. What benefit education is for us as South Sudanese back home? Like you and I, we are in Western country. Sunday is in Nairobi, Kenya. So, and we benefit, you and I, we benefit the education here in Western country. We went to school, we got our degree, you see. And when we go back home and see our people, children are sitting under the tree and they don't have any that good education they have. And that's people like us, like me, when we go home, when I go home, I see something like that, I say, okay, I need help. Because, and that is why I always encourage all South Sudanese in diaspora, mostly, to see how we can help our people instead of see that, okay, government, even though we know that government have failed because of B, A, B, C, D, let us try our best as a South Sudanese diaspora. Let us not like, as you know, Australia, Canada or America, the jobs like private sectors are created by citizens of the United States or Canada. It's not government mostly. So we South Sudanese, we have that capability to do something for the South Sudan, not rely on the government to do everything. So what I'm saying here, Brother Wani, is that I understand your point. Let us focus to the point that like to talk about the civil thing, like let us not politicize everything. So let us focus that how we can unite as South Sudanese.
You know,
And
you know what
how
I'm
can we
saying.
bring, how
Sorry
can
for
we
cutting.
change, how can we bring changes to our people's lives? Because
You know what makes me so mad is that
if we do that,
what makes me so mad is that
yeah, hang on, if we do that,
what is
we
making
can
me mad
make
is that
changes.
with the wealth that we have, we are not poor. South Sudan is not poor. We should not be asking for fundraise. Our government should prioritize our education and health. Our government should prioritize our security. These are the
I
three things
disagree
that the
with you with
government
that.
should do.
I disagree with you. We are living in Western country. You are living in Canada, and I'm living in the United States. And here, United States, we have many non-profit organizations. These non-profit organizations are founded by individuals like I or you. And these non-profit organizations, they are going on to help other people, And United States is one of the wealthy countries, around the world. But they are still individual citizens. They do this raise money to help other citizens who need help. You see, so that is how it is. Because we South Sudanese citizens, we have that power to do the same kind of other people in Western are doing to help our people back home. And instead of saying, okay, government will be doing a lot of everything. No. So government, yes, government can do a lot of stuff like education.
If I ask you a question,
university in other country,
do you
in other
know,
city,
do you know any school? Let me ask you a question, Abraham. Do you know any school in America? Because I live in Canada. Do you know any school that is being built by fundraise in America? The schools and the hospitals and the security aspects is the responsibility of the government. And the food security, these are the responsibility of the government.
We have private school. We have a private school in America, in Canada.
Those private school, because the private school that we have here in West.
Private school in the United States or in the Western
private
country,
school because they have certain curriculum that they want to teach. For example, mostly it's Christian school. Because the government has taken the Bible out of the schools in the West. The Bible is taken out of the school. So some of the conservative classes of citizens, they prefer the Christian educational doctrines in the school. But there is a public school that is funded and being taken care of by the government. These schools, even in the private sector, the government is paying about half of the expenditures of the private sector school. The other half is being raised by the parents and the organization, be it church or any other organization. So it's still the government has a certain kind of responsibilities that they have to disperse toward the education of the nation, because it doesn't matter whether the kids are coming from private school or public school. Eventually they are the citizens of one nation, and they're going to serve this nation from all the careers that they're going to take from the education facilities that they have.
Right.
I myself, I'm attending the Providence University of Providence. This is a Christian educational university, but still the government has to chip in with certain budgets every year in order to sponsor that university. So the government has a moral responsibility towards educating the people of South Sudan, so that South Sudan becomes an educated nation.
Thank you.
Depends on ourselves. That's my point here.
Yeah, I see your point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, but I appreciate the opportunity you gave me. I'm not trying to politicize the topics here, but I'm just saying the truth, that the government has a moral responsibility to provide the modern education to our people.
Yeah. Yes, and that's why I say, because the reason why I'm doing this show on this platform is not, I want us to stay away from politics, because because we want to come together as South Sudanese and see. If I choose a topic about education, okay, as you mentioned before, when you were in Khartoum, you were teachers. Your background, you are a teacher. So, Dr. Sanechon was a teacher. You see, that's what I want here, because give us your experience and what you were seeing when you were in South Sudan or when you were in Sudan. eh, how your education, how your education look at you to become who you are now. So, and how can we take that, your parent, and take it back home and help this young generation that are still left there. So how can we do that? That is my aim here with this show. But let us stay away from, if we talk about politics, let's go to legislative media. We will talk about politics there. But here, I need to focus with the thing that we need to help our people back home.
You know, there is annual
so another thing
budget.
I want to add is that
budget.
Another thing too, I won't let you go. I will let you go.
When there is every year there is an opening budget of the country, and then there is the GDP that the country gives. The government should prioritize the GDP of the country based on the needs of the country. We are the growing nation. We are a new nation. The government should prioritize what is it that we need. Not about creating wars. That's my point here.
I see your point. And I respect your point. Another thing I want to let you know before you go, Wani, there's a proverb that Romans say Rome was not built on one night. In the United States has United States, one of the powerful country, who was not all of these things. United States, you see the powerful they are, it was not built on one night. It took them 200 years. It take America 200 years become who they are now. You see. So South Sudan is 11 or less than 11 years old. So we have still a long way to go to do that. So,
I agree with you, but there is one thing you see, my brother Abraham and the people of South Sudan, one thing that we did not get right is that if we are comparing South Sudan with the United States, there is one thing that we did wrong.
So we cannot compare South Sudan with the United States. That's what I'm saying here. That's the point.
What I'm trying to say is that from the beginning, in 1773, when the United States was founded, it was founded under the rule of law. This is one thing that we fail in South Sudan.
America was like it was before.
I understand
it was like the way
that gradually.
People were fighting. America here, people were fighting back then. People were fighting. Brother is fighting with brother. Father is fighting with the son. You see, civil war was here.
I agree with you. Development comes gradually, but if we do not have the rule of law and we do not have the social contract with the government, because the government can never be a government without the people. There has to be a people, then there has to be a government. So the Constitution is a social contract. Even here in Canada and in the United States, we have something called law enforcement. If you heard the term called enforcement, means that by nature, we human beings, we are very stubborn. The law must be enforced on us. And so, if we have constitution that is being drafted by the people, like the United States in 1773, and all the people of South Sudan in its mosaic tribes were agreed that this is what we want, the government has to follow this, what we told the government to do. So that government, if we say that we need services, the government will be liable to us to provide services to us, not the government of a tribe that will come and benefit a certain clan or certain region. We need that social contract so that we can hold our government accountable. Now, this school that you built, it is not bad, but does it equate with the school in America? Does it have laboratories? Does it have clinics? Does it have many other features that you can say in regarding to a school in America and that? So this school, we are now 200 years behind. We don't want to be 200 years behind. We need to catch up with these people like Chinese. India, 10 years ago, India was a developing country. Today, India is the 5th major economy in the world. Every year, India is lifting over 10 to 15 million people out of poverty. Today, India has surpassed Britain. Britain colonized India. But today, India is the 5th place of the strongest nation on earth. Britain is number 7 or 8. Why? That's the question. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, is not a PhD holder, he's a high school graduate. You see? But we need to have the spirit of nationhood, not the tribalist spirit. We need a president that sees the people of South Sudan as one. I have heard so many times Dr. Sandra Dijon is talking. Someone like Sandra Dijon can become a good president of South Sudan. Someone like Luca Bion can become a good president of South Sudan. Not necessarily Thomas Cirillo, not necessarily anybody from Equatorian, but we need someone that has the spirit of nationhood.
Okay.
That is my point here.
Yeah,
not
so thank you. I see your point. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So much, yeah.
And I respect your opinion. Thank you.
That is my point. If South Sudanese do not come out of tribalism, the next 800 years, there will be nobody left in South Sudan.
All right, thank you. All right, so thank you, brother Wani, for coming in, and thank you. That's a good. Yeah. So let us have dialogue, and we will talk more into next video. Thank you, Dr. Sandy John. Welcome. So we have like less than 15 minutes before I close.
You can drop me now.
Okay, thank you, Wani. Yeah, have a good day. Yeah, Sandy, go ahead.
I'm saying thank you very much, including to our audience that have come to share with us in this show. When you see Brother Wani talking beyond the topic of education, he has not committed any offense, simply because all the topics that we discussed here are not independent from one another. Mm-hmm. They are very much interdependent. And when I first joined medical school, we used to have a subject that is called community medicine. Mm-hmm. And the highly taught subject in community medicine at that level, because it is taught later in the advanced stages, is what they call primary health care. Primary health care was tackled from two aspects. The aspect number one is what is it that becomes the component of primary health care. And if we have known the components of primary health care, what would be the principles on which the primary health care and its component would be based? And we came to a conclusion that there are 5 principles of primary health care. And one of those 5 principles is what I want to mention. It's not all of them, because I am not lecturing on anything to do with primary health care. I want to say that there is a principle of primary health care that is called intersectoral coordination. Intersectoral coordination here means all sectors, whether of a government or an independent organization, be it international or indigenous, should have coordination for the smooth running of their functions. And that is why I believe that when we talk about the topic of education and its importance to our people, we cut across, because there are sectors that are important to this educational sector to work efficiently. And I started before with the definition of education and how the school in Majung Kidiop will operate. Yes. The school in Majung Kidiop or the school elsewhere will have to operate. And its operational function is defined by other sectors. The sector number one here is education sector. The education sector in South Sudan must have a curriculum that will be taught in Majung Kidiop and elsewhere. And this curriculum has to have positive impact on the lives of the pupils or students that are being taught, or even the parents that belongs to that society. And because their children are being taught to be upright citizens, there has to be evidence that show that these people have gone through a process. And the evidence here is the certificate. And that certificate has to be accredited. The accreditation is not a portrayal of how much knowledge you have. Just like my degree is not a manifestation of how much knowledge I have, but is sufficient as an evidence that I have undergone a certain training, and it can be proven by this as a proof of it. And that is why we always cut to the government of South Sudan. We cut to where, or we cut to where, but our primary objective is, why is Madid important? I mean, find it's important to build a school in Majung Kidiop. Is simply because he's interested in ensuring that children in Majung Kidiop or elsewhere in South Sudan gets education. And what is the importance of this education to the children, whether in Majung Kidiop or anywhere in the Republic of South Sudan? The importance of that education is to change their own situation. It's not the situation of Majuk.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, Sunday is your network is turn off. Yeah, thanks to everybody for turning in. So we have a few minutes before Sunday close, and then I will close up the show. Yep.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. It just
you
went
just
off.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is not Madid that will become the beneficiary, but directly or indirectly, Madid is creating impact on the lives of people of South Sudan.
True.
By focusing on education that will change the lives of people of Majung Kidiop and beyond. And if the life of people of Majung Kidiop has been changed, it will also trickle down to the other areas. Because it is from among the people that will be educated in Majung Kidiop that we will have our next teachers, that we will have our next doctors, that we will have our next ministers, that we will have our next, I don't know, nurses, our next engineers, our next pilots, our next this and that and that and that, etc. And these people that are being prepared today are going to be at the disposal of the government of the day as human resource that should be utilized for the efficiency of our country. That is the biggest matter that Madid is starting today. One thing at a time, they say. I believe if you finished with the Majung Kidiop project, the rescue village people of South Sudan is not a project that is only centered at development of an institution or buildings for an institution in Majung Kidiop alone. You will decide tomorrow through your board and the availability of funds to say that Majung Kidiop Primary School, as per a curriculum of the South Sudan, is efficient, it is working. Can we make another one in Yebeliep? Are we going to put this in Pamadiak because it is strategic? Children from Akwe or a message will have to walk to Pamadiak. Others from areas around Yebeliep will walk to Pamadiak. Others from Arwamiel and Lagakudu will converge there. It would be a next project. You may also do the study feasibility and extend these rescue village people of South Sudan to maybe Kwanyir, or you put it somewhere in Nukwarek so that children from Malek can work there. Others from Langmatot, even if they cannot walk to Kwanyir on the same day, they may also seek shelter in Malek as they go to school in Kwanyir. Children in Arwao, others that are living in Anintuk, people that are also living around Gudumur area, and the convergence around Waramed and the related Pulumagar will also work there so that their children can get education. That is the overall interest. Okay. And our topic of today is one, to educate the to-be donors, whether they are local citizen or international citizen, on how important this donation they are making is going to be to the children that will be educated in the schools that are being constructed today. While we know very well what type of education we desire to have, we have to start somewhere. And the starting somewhere is what we are doing today, having Majung Chidio primary school in place, or whatever school it would be as time goes by. I know the government of the Republic of South Sudan has a parliamentary section of it, the ones they call legislature. And this legislature is a representative of people kind of institution. And the representatives of the people were allocated resources in what was referred to as Community Development Fund, CDF. The Community Development Fund for Yerul East was positioned at the hand of some of our MPs. They took it and they went and they chose a location near Nyang in a place called Pojot to construct a school there. The construction was initiated, but up to today, that school is just a dry building. A dry building in the sense that it has not been completed and it is not operational. And there is no justification. If you say the money was not sufficient, why initiate a project that you will not complete? That is not associated with any law of project management. We understand this as students of management. There is no justification for its failure to kick off. And therefore, after the construction of Majung Chidio primary school, it is obvious that the school has not completely been finalized. If the building has stood the way we are seeing, we are not so sure whether the desks inside have been prepared. And if there are no desks inside, plus the sitting points for the comfort of the pupils or learners, what is it that we need to do more? That is one part of it. With every place where there is a gathering, there has always to be first aid. First aid is that help or treatment we give to somebody who has met an accident before taking him or her to a doctor or hospital. Majung Chidio primary school, to my understanding, will need first aid kits. Even if there will be no highly skilled doctors, those people who have basic knowledge of how to handle a bleeding. We do not know whether a blackboard may fall on somebody. It's a possibility. Nobody is sure always of accident. Majung Chidio primary school will have a playground. This playground, children will play there. Just as out of curiosity, they may also get accidents. And those accidents need first aid at the immediate point in Majung Chidio. Those things need funds. And as well, if we want to make Majung Chidio a better school that will always attract pupils from different parts of South Sudan for its efficiency, it is out of the donation of goodwill people. And those people will be the maintenance for time being until when it staggers to the stage of stability. Majung Chidio will need teachers. And you cannot bring a person who will teach children that will eat grass. Eating grass belongs to goat and cows plus other animals that are herbivores. And if you are trying to steal cows that only will feed on grass to teach children, they even don't have knowledge to teach anyone. You need a human being that is equipped with the knowledge that he can use or she can use to instruct our children that are being enrolled in Majung Chidio. What do you do to this person that is going to teach children? Tell them to eat grass? Not so. They are going to teach children and they must be given something Even if it is not salary, it has to be an incentive. Like you heard from that day when people were telling President Salva Kiir to leave South Sudan as the head of state, and he said, "What would be my incentive if I just leave it like that?" So it is necessary. Incentive is not just for gratification of a person; it is for livelihood. Somebody has to eat at least something so that they can come to Majung Kidiop and teach. And the things they'll eat should come from their job. This job will become theirs. It's not going to be part-time. They're not going to do it for 1 hour and then return back to do other things. Teaching is actually a full-time job that requires a lot of energy on daily basis, especially when it is at the lower level, like a primary school. Those teachers need to be maintained. And that is why we have converged here to tell our potential donors or our active donors to understand that this school, even if they have contributed to build it, is not supposed to be left like that. More has to be done on it. And their single dollar is a difference. Their single goat is a difference. While we are asking for donation to Majung Kidiop Primary School, we are also not limiting our quest for funds to only money. Somebody can donate in kind. You can donate a goat or a bull or even a lactating cow. If we have 10 to 20 cows that have been donated, those children that will be in school will need food. Some of them will use the milk from those cows to help themselves get the energy they require to learn. All these are completely divergent and convergent at the same time. If we really have to go deeper for the efficiency and for the purposes of defining education from its proper meaning, we need actually a system that is efficient not only for Majung Kidiop, but for the Republic of South Sudan. Majung Kidiop should not only be a deception center where our children will be kept for 8 years, relieved to another deception center where they will be kept for another 4 years of unproductivity. What I want to say is, what is it that would make children stress themselves up if they know they'll get pre-examination from the sailors? It is an issue of you telling your father to give you a goat. As you will say, is a requirement from school. You sell the goat and have ready money. If they begin to bring the examination papers in the market, you buy it, sit back, revise it, and write it even at home and carry it to the exam center and hand it over to Eba that will go and mark it. That is not the good example that we want to set for our country. We need education system to be in place that will challenge the thinking capacity of our children so that these children can think outside the box. When people are being taught mathematics, somebody who did advanced mathematics, by the way, when he was teaching, and I am very grateful, he taught people from across the country. Just like myself, if you see when I was taught my mathematics paper 1 and paper 2, my teachers basically for mathematics were from Equatoria. One guy is called Mike Duku. He taught me advanced mathematics, paper 1. And the other one is called Emmanuel Longo. He is a Mundari guy. Mike is also from Equatoria on the side of Numili, the Madi people. They taught me, not because I was from Dinka. They taught me because I am a willing learner. They did not ask me from where I come. The same thing with my chemistry teacher is Charles Lobako. Charles Lobaka taught me chemistry. You see, plus many other young teachers that were ready to confer knowledge towards their brothers. And I finished high school and even taught in the school where I was taught when I was a first-year student in the university. All in all, it is our responsibility to share the knowledge. Like in medical field, doctors have basic functions, curative medicine to treat people when they are sick, and also the responsibility to impart the medical knowledge to the younger generations. These are part of the Hippocratic Oath and a continuous development by making research to contribute to the body of knowledge that is existing or create a new one for the good of the world, now and in the future. Those are our core principles. And if you are taking that oath, you will always swear that I will teach others. And it is my interest, even today, in my house, there are few medical students that visit me. At times we choose a topic to discuss. Like there is a gentleman that used to watch this forum. He is my good friend. He is like a brother. He is also an aspiring doctor. When he comes to my house here, I tell him, before he could even sit, you have come, good enough. What topic do you want us to discuss? He will say, today, let's discuss the hormones. Tomorrow, he will tell me, let us talk about the physiology of the brain. He will tell me tomorrow that we discuss heart. All in all, our interest is to prepare all the younger generations, at least to keep the longevity of the well in use, or else we are going to lose it all. And will you be a happy man, assuming in your grave, if at all there was opportunity for people to be happy in the graves, that you die without impacting on the lives of others? No. You have to have an impact on the lives of others. That is the call of this world. After all, 70 years at the maximum, or 90 if you are lucky, or 50 or 20 or 30 years are nothing to you. You have just to leave something good behind. Even if you are not there, think now that you are living in this world as if you are not going to die. And you want to secure yourself from people who are illiterate that will use fear to kill you by telling them that fear is harmful. That is all about education. We are preparing others for betterment in themselves or in others. We actually don't help people with the expectation that they will help us in return. We help them to ensure that they are efficient enough, and if they have guts, they can help others. That is the basis here. And when my brother Wani was talking, he was talking very sensibly, responsibly, and cutting across. Our country will only become effective if we do not consider ourselves as people that are divided on ethnic lines. Like in the United States of America, nobody has ever asked my brother Madid as to which tribe he belongs to. You are being asked as to which state you come from.
Exactly.
That is the biggest necessity. And there is no even a requirement so that you are treated this or that, better or bad, because you come from this state. And people are happy, and they are leading lives that are better than us, who always say, I am from this tribe, I am from this tribe. And always people will say South Sudan is a diverse society. I don't know whether people are talking about this diversity in terms of the color or the looks. What I know is our diversity is mental. It is a perception. We are actually one people. When Wani was here, he doesn't look different from you, and he doesn't look different from me. Until he says he come from Equatoria, or still I say I am from Dinka. That will make me distinct. That is mental, it is not physical. And if we look at this thing called tribe, it is not physical, it is something abstract. It does not exist in physical body. If I ask you today to show me Barrier tribe, you will not show me any Barrier tribe. You will only show me human beings like me that cannot be known. If I sit with Thomas Cirillo, you will not say he doesn't come from Yurul until he talks and you know it's Thomas Cirillo. If I sit with Pagana Mom, you will not say he comes from Malakal until he says he is from Malakal. Because South Sudanese are Africans like all the other Africans, and our race is one, and we do not have any differences. Language is not something that is fixed for a specific people. I have my cousins who do not know Tongmonja. But they are my cousins. They are sons of my uncle. Their mother is Nuba. They stayed in Nuba land. They speak to me in Nuba. Okay. I just tell them I don't understand. Can we find a medium that will make us understand one another? That becomes a factor. I know a few words in different languages. And I do speak efficiently in Nuer. If I go to Ganglil, or I go to Bantu, or I go to other parts of South Sudan, I can talk in a language that I have learned. For example, if I go to Malacca, like I went the other time, I greeted people in Chiluk. I told them Ibadi. They responded Delayot. They did not say you are not from here. I just have to communicate with them on the right term.
Right.
When I meet Nuer, I tell them Mala Ur Jinatin. They'll tell me Mala Mugwa. And if they insist talking to me, I also talk to them. And then they will ask me, Ngaji Tugnat, Janika. I will always tell them Ngan Ramaran or Ramaran de Tugnat. So I am a human being, and you are talking in Tugnat. It is for all of us. So I should know it. All in all, if you have time enough to learn about a certain thing, it is not a crime. It is useful. It is useful. You tell a Bari Madang, will tell you about, and you move on. You are South Sudanese. Language is not our difference. Our difference are the bad thoughts we have about one another. They are the perceptions that we must kill. And how do we kill them? You don't have to catch me and hit my head with a stone. You will not be killing the perceptions that are bad in me. You will only be killing me. To kill the bad perceptions in me, you offer me education. And that is what you are doing today, Madit. You are killing ignorance. It is ignorance that will make me very pertinently crying that wow, if you go to a bigger forum, you even say if you go even bigger further, if you go further ahead, you will be, I am from Lakes. Tomorrow, Bargazal. Where is this Bargazal? Where is this Equatoria? Where is this Upper Nile? There is no Nile that is upper and another Nile that is lower. These are colonial terminologies used to create the impressions that will be used later as barriers to our harmony. You see? But education is a great equalizer. I believe very much it is only when we were in primary school that we were schooling with the majority of the people in class with you that comes from your community. But after that, when I was in the university, I happened to have a single classmate from South Sudan, and it's not from my community. The rest are Kenyans of different backgrounds, including Indians, including Somalis, including Ugandans, including Nigerians, including the white people. You see, we are classmates. What we understand is we are being instructed on internal medicine by Professor so and so. You see, that is what is important to us. So if the class is starting, kindly post it in the group because you are the class representative so that we are punctual. That is the requirement. That is it. If we go to wards, we don't care what type of patients we will clerk and deal with. We care that we have a patient. What important to us is the element that is afflicting the patient and how to handle it. You understand? A Somalis are sat in front of me, telling me the chief complaints, and I will go in to diagnose him as per my knowledge and work on him without saying this patient belongs to this community and I will treat him or her like this. Why do I have this high level of tolerance of accepting my fellow countrymen or any other human being in this world? Is because of the universality of the world, and the education has told me that we are one and only one. In the brain of the white man is in the brain of the black man, and the diversity goes on. Whatever looks we have, tomorrow I may look different from today, by the way. Tomorrow I can even look differently from today. The looks do not matter. What matters is we are an entity. And who is the killer of the ignorance that leads to discrimination? It is the education. And that is what we have brought to Majong Chidiop. So education kills ignorance and in turn save the society from the impact of ignorance. And that is what you are fighting for. Why is it not a good cause? You see, you are fighting invisible enemies that are very much a factor. When we used to be in Liang Apa, you know Liang area, there is a school there called Liang Apa. We go there, we debate, we sit down, we talk, we do everything. Okay? there used to be something called dal, panichi, or panatud. We ask ourselves, can we define dal in intellectual terms? Up to today, of those debaters or myself, none of us has ability to delineate the borders of what amounts to dal. All those ones are societal dwarfism. They are things implanted in us by the society to use against our neighboring brothers or sisters. With education, you become an equal. Whether you are black or white, you become an equal. And that is why we need to empower the village people in the Republic of South Sudan. Whether the government is doing it or the government is not doing it, we are told, even in the Bible or Quran al-Karim, to do what we are capable of doing. This is an extract from the Bible, but was sung as a song by a lady, Christian called Alwell Nongdit. So and that is the message of Alwell Nongdit to all Christians and even to Muslims, because Bible and Quran al-Karim do not contradict 99% of the time. Okay? Because they are considered as heavenly region, they teach us harmony. And this is what we can acquire through education. If you have gone to school, even if you will not invent a rocket, you will have ability to interpret the existing laws. Law and order needs to be interpreted to the true essence of it. Like in the last forum session, I talked here in the last forum, and my talk was geared towards the distinct responsibilities that have been bestowed on RIN versus the United Nations responsibilities. When I said RIN has a responsibility to protect the lives of the citizens of Lake State from anybody that is endangering their lives, even if it means the local people or out external security threat, I was not saying it because I love RIN so much, but that is his responsibility. And these people that becomes bandit are people who have rejected to follow the path of education so that they become equal. They resort to their muscles to snatch the biscuits or whatever that the neighbors are eating so that they can survive on that line. But education, when we mentioned it, was going to create self-reliance. You will not be a bandit. You will not waylay people. You will not kill them on the roads. You will know killing somebody is not a good thing. It is not your responsibility to take away somebody's life. Education can tell you this, directly or indirectly. That is it. In education, you get challenged. And I said it in a certain function a day ago. When I first got enrolled in medical school, they teach people what they call medical ethics and medical psychology. In medical psychology, the lecturer was lecturing on what they call ethics, instincts and emotions. And they decided to talk against anger and fighting. So the lecturer was talking against anger and fighting. And there is a point that she mentioned about fighting. She said, like anybody that loves fighting so much is like him or her who has called all people that are around. And when they gather, he just thumb the chest that I am stupid. It is a manifestation of stupidity to be hostile toward others. Okay? But it is a virtue in a rural society. Madid, what is the perception of our people about Ranakoinok? They call him Mril.
They call him a Mril, yeah.
You see?
If he's here, is a criminal.
You are not Mril, you are a criminal. But you are being praised for being violent toward others.
And that's the reason why you see. And that's one of the reasons why you see in Lake State there is a lot of killing, because the person who will go and looting or raiding other people, they say, okay, that person is a Mril. He's going to get cow from other person because he have power, which is a crime. But they see that as something good, but it's not good actually.
Look here, I know Kajokeji in Equatoria.
Mm-hmm.
I am telling you, Kajokeji as a county has more secondary school than the whole of Lake State.
Yes, true.
Okay. Kajokeji has more secondary school than the whole of Lake State. And you know, Lake State is a big state of itself with 8 counties. But the schools in the 8 counties combined are not equal to the schools in Kajokeji.
No.
Okay? And that means people in Kajokeji have higher chances of getting education. Whether this education is high tech or just a rote education like most Africans are earning, reading the books that have been written, storing that knowledge in your mind and use it for your day-to-day living, it is beneficial to them. And if you see Equatorians not fighting sectional conflicts, there are sectional conflicts that are happening nowadays. But long time ago, we can admit Equatorians do not wage war one community against the other for no reason. It was not happening. It's simply because of civilization. Civilization does not come, it always follows education.
Education, yes.
And they are actually interdependent, because education without civilization is still at ignorant state. Reading and writing is just like speaking your vernacular language. I mean vernacular. It doesn't make a big difference until you accept the civilization. When Dinka are violent in lakes, one, they lack education. They depend on cows. And also the societal norms appreciate violence in some aspect. I have never heard a cow. I used to have a lot of cows myself. I used to herd a lot of them. Under my care, and they surround me. But there is no single day a cow has woken me up telling me to hurt others or go and rope. Right. Cows do not tell people to fight. No. What is associated with violence in terms of cows management is that cows are not violent, but they keep you not to learn others. You don't learn mathematics, you don't learn science, so that you see some litmus test that is changing something from red to blue or from blue to a certain color, so that you get what is making this happen like this. If you are in a chemistry lab, you will be able to understand from the qualitative chemical aspect that there are basics and acidic radicals that would only be known if they have imparted a certain color on a confirmatory test. Okay? That thing will surprise you and you will begin to think deeper. Okay? You will begin to think deeper and then you will appreciate the nature. You will be told to talk about atoms. And these atoms is the smallest particle that makes up the matter. And when 2 or more atoms have been joined together, that is what we call a molecule. And molecule will become components of this and that and that and that. Then you will begin to actually think towards understanding this minute concept, so that you can be able to develop something tangible out of that. See, that is from a basic science and natural science. You are being oriented towards your environment and its usefulness towards you. This is taking education closer to people of Majung Kidiop. All in all, education has different labels, but all these labels do not come from the vacuum. They have to be systematically developed. And that is why we must have a school in Majung Kidiop, good idea. That is why we must have a school in Gudemur, good idea. Because if we are going to the developmental tactics that has been used in the rural development theories, and that was extracted by able Dr. John Garem, and says we are going to take towns to people, it doesn't mean we will always tell Juba to walk to Majung Kidiop. That is not taking towns to people. We will not tell Yerul town to be in Kunyir tomorrow. We will not tell Terakeka to move to Moni Payam. We will not tell Mangala as a small town to walk deeply to another Mulnari village. We will not tell Juba town to move to Gondogoro. We will not move Juba town to Rokon or to Tindilo or beyond. We will not move Maridi town to any other village that belongs to people of Western Equatoria. We will not tell Wow to move to Raja. It is the developmental tactics where these necessities will be brought closer to Majung Chidiop, that becomes the translation of taking towns to people. And if we are interested to take towns to people and make the societies reach the equilibrium, at least on basic necessities such as education and health services, we need to equip whatever project that we have started to its fullest functioning, and then leave it there as we advance to the next stage, because those projects will still be self-sustaining. Madid will not be interested to tell people on Majung Chidiop, now I have constructed school, teachers you should bring alone. How, where will they get them? They do not even know the process of recruiting teachers. Madid knows, plus his board and others. Madid will be able to call somebody in Juba or somebody in South Sudan, it could be in Liang, telling him that you have the capacity. These are the teachers. Educate our people on how they can stay with people that are not from that community. You know, we will recruit Jur, like Agonga Manuel has a school in Yerul, they call it Dio Alam Secondary School. Din Alam Secondary School is existing in Yerul, but the teachers that are teaching in Din Alam are not indigenous, 99%. Some of them are foreigners, isn't it? Yes. Those foreigners do not know how people live in Yerul. There has to be somebody to guide them, to live harmoniously with the society, telling the society that if they decide to go and get water from the water pump, let them be given the opportunity to get that, because they are uncommon in the society and they need to reach their places at the early stage that is possible. That is how a foreigner is treated among people. Even you, before you were integrated into American community, you were always having orientation. The teachers that you will recruit will have to be oriented by the society. They need also to be harmoniously accepted. You see, all these teachers that you will recruit, some of them will come from Uganda, others will come from Kenya or Sudan, wherever they may come. They need also to have a feedback to their families in terms of productivity. This needs money. And that is also a development of Majung Chidiop Primary School. What I am trying to say here is that with every project, there are always financial needs. And these financial needs, if they are put in place, we may assure that this project meets its objective goal. The objective goal of Majung Chidiop Primary School is to confer or impart education to the children around there, or those that will travel far to it. That is it, but it has to be efficient. Even if people of Majung Chidiop later on ask for a registration fee, assuming of 100 pounds, that would be used only for the sustainability of some basic needs. Like, we will not be coming to donors to ask them about the toilet paper, okay? And we will not ask the children to take the twigs of trees to go and drop them in the toilets. They will get saturated and they will not use them again. And always in education, we teach children about hygiene. Hygiene starts when you go and defecate in the open air. Even if it is far from home, it is harmful to us. Yes. Because the feces or the stool, will be washed the water bodies. We will drink this. This stool contains a lot of bacteria, because there are bacteria that lives in us dominantly as their home, but they are protective when they are still in us. But if they have gone to water, they are no longer going to come back to me. They may go to Madid. And any bacteria in me is not useful to Madid, and that is in Madid is not useful to me. My normal flora can be a disease-causing bacteria in you. That is the basis of typhoid. What I usually tell people, even if they are wrongly being diagnosed in Cuba every day, typhoid and malaria, they are not one thing. Typhoid is bacteria, malaria is parasite. How do they come together? They don't move together. But it is just a setup. You are allowing yourself to be eaten by mosquitoes that have eaten somebody with malaria. They have acquired malaria from that person. They carried it in their cycle. They injected it in you. You develop malaria. Malaria, yes. You are drinking water, you see, getting typhoid is pico-oral. At least it has to go to your mouth, either through dead contaminated water or any other wrong use. For example, if children are allowed in Majung Chidiop to defecate near the school, and the neighboring community is there, and even the school is preparing food for them, flies will always get to that stool. They don't have objectives. They do not say this is stool, it is distinct from food. They will sit on that stool, whether for extraction of the nutrients that they think they can get, and then come back with on food that has been prepared for these children. These children will get contaminated. You see? This stool will also have another bacteria a cholera causing bacteria, the Vibrio, and then it will be washed to the water source. People will drink that water. It's stagnant. Most times in our areas, I cannot lie, we drink stagnant water. Because the Nile is not directly passing in Majung Kidiop, or Riba Dongdit is not directly passing in Majung Kidiop. Where do people of Majung Kidiop get water? They accumulate themselves on water points, the hand pump. But during the rainy season, there is water everywhere. And people will be lazy to go to the hand pump. They'll just get it from this Pultioga. And we do not know which Runwer or Eninka that are still dormant there that would be watched to that Pultioga. And then the diseases will come back. And that is why also we have to erect the toilets. These toilets will communicate directly to the community that health has ample impact on us. It's not just a waste that needs to be passed out. It is being passed out, but it has some things that are not useful. If they come to us, they will harm us. And there are also useful things in it. If they come to us, they will make us better. But those things have to be extracted using other means, like biogas or whatever that is being done. It needs a high-tech implementation. But our basic point here is to protect our people from the contamination of their water points by defecating in the open, because you cannot concentrate people that you think will just be there until evening comes and they go and use themselves where their mothers have constructed tukuls for them. It's not possible. So human has natural calls that come that you must answer as urgently as you can. These are also needed at Majung Kidiop Primary School for its efficiency. I believe if we talk of this and the necessities that are involved, we will be able to exhaustively talk until we get ourselves into exhaustion. I believe the topic is wide and it has to take a lot of hours that we are not having now because of the interest of time.
Yeah, we can do it every one is a week, every Sunday like at this time.
Well, I have accepted to be part of the public life. Whatever right information I have, it is not a secret. If it was a secret, I would not have gotten it.
Right.
Okay. I got it because it is for everyone. And so if I become the reason that everyone will know it, let me also say it. Not unnecessarily assumption. I don't believe very much in a paper degree. I don't carry it anywhere. I carry myself elsewhere. And I want our people to learn as much as they can. First of all, the village people of South Sudan must also accept that coming of education through their sons that have gone far, like you in the United States of America, but still have a thought. I know of a boy that belongs to my community. If he is watching here, let me take this one as an insult, and I am happy to insult him. When he was still in this part of the world, he knows the situation of where he comes from. Okay? He asked members of the community to help him achieve his goal, and he managed to go to the West. But he is not interested even to communicate to his own mother. Somebody will say like that. See? All in all, people who have chosen to think back and reflect about their origins and ask friends to stand by them to make things like this should be appreciated. I came to know you through this media center, although we come from one community.
Yes.
But I am not regretting giving my time off to be in this show on this educational course, even if it means 1 million times. Because I know each of those days are not selfish. You know very well what Majung Kwang did. Majung Kwang did something very big to South Sudan, not Yerul alone. And Majung Kwang is a son of Yerul by choice. If it is people of today, they would discriminate Majung Kwang to the level of calling him Nuer.
Yeah.
Because that is where his roots are. But he chose through his parents to be son of Yerul and to be son of Lex and to be son of South Sudan. And his impact of his education was experience all and white. Why are we not emulating Majung Kwang? Why are we trying to be like our sultans, not the chiefs all of South Sudan, but there are specific sultans that will educate their people to hate others. This thing will come through education. When Majung Kwang discover, I know we have very valuable people in lakes that are not necessarily Agar sons or Chich sons or Atwot sons. They come from elsewhere and they contributed. What it matters is humanity. It is not your origin.
Right.
If I proudly thumb my chest today and I went along a year, what value does it add to me?
Right.
What value does it add to me?
Nothing.
But if I thumbed my chest like I have done this to my community, that is valuable. That is valuable. My friend, whether your grandfather was a chief, whether your father was an army general like mine, or whether your father is the president, the matter is, what is your contribution towards your society?
Good question.
The achievements of my parents are not mine. My achievements have to come, and they should not be papers. How many papers I have? It is how much knowledge I have gained that is evidenced by those papers, and how effective is in it in improving the lives of others. You can hold a PhD and an egotist who only celebrates his success in terms of a paper, and on paper scholar. I have this big education. What is the goodness of your big education? The education system in Kenya has been very effective over years, and Kenyans are very competitive at the level of the world, whether you like it or not. And their president was just a teacher in the person of Moi, and he put that education curriculum in place, the 844 system. Is hard to challenge until today. They have decided to develop another system, but it's not efficient. It's not surpassing the curriculum that was put in place in Moi. I mean by Moi. So I do not say if Kir has not gone to a PhD level, he cannot make a good educational system. That is a wrong thing. People who are in authority works through others. Kir can call the expert, even from America. Some are even volunteers and they know it so much. They can help it. The issue is to make the environment conducive for them to excel in doing the things you need from them. Okay? If you need a good secretary, you hire the right one. You will be able to get the maximum secretarial job that you want. If you need good ministers so that your policies are well developed, you challenge yourself by telling them to look for civil servants that are contributing to the welfare of that institution, to its efficiency. The matter is, it is not how much educated the president is. It is not how much educated the minister is. It is how much thoughtful they are and how much their goals are oriented towards the human development and the orientation that will lead to all the achievements that a human wants in a lifetime. Like we say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. I have chosen to fight the ignorance of South Sudanese by even telling my own brothers not to harm our neighbors. Is that not a contribution? If they accept what I am telling them?
It's contribution, yes.
I have chosen long time ago. I don't have a son of my father or that is in the village. All of us have been asked to learn. If you go back to the village, it is a choice to go and see our people because we still have roots there. But I have many cousins that are in the rural setup. When I used to interact with them, they know me so well. But now I am in town, I've chosen a different life. What I tell them is, you will never be popular by stealing other people's cows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You will never be popular by killing other people. The best popularity is when people say so and so has done a positive thing, and I have achieved this because of them. We have very big torch, a grazing land. I tell people this torch belongs to us. Yes, that is an endowment from God. But do we eat the grass there? It is our 10, 50 cows that will eat grass there. And if they don't graze well, to make even the surrounding clear, the mosquitoes will hide there and disturb them. Why can't we allow some people, cows, to be here with us? Cows don't fight when they are grazing. They graze to their satisfaction. And we know the territory is quite vast. Even our 1,000 cows will not manage to graze there until they live in an environment that is secure. No. They need to graze and break the grass down to allow mosquitoes to run away. And they will be sleeping in harmony in Domgel or any other cattle camp that we have. All these ones are just thoughts. They are not rocket science. Harmony is just the small difference. If you stretch, Madida Chalat, Kubea Lat, and I stretch for the next 5 minutes, I'm stretching. Actually, will not Madid will realize that he is doing nothing that is impactful on me, and he will not repeat insulting me again. And then we will be harmonious. Even in class, those days we used to compete. We say, I must score the highest mark in this subject. Okay. The rest are also saying the same. But him or her that will score more marks is the person who has a tolerance above the rest for only 30 minutes. The rest have studied for 5 hours. They are tired. They want to go and sleep and do the exam. And you remain up for 30 minutes. That will make difference tomorrow. And that is what we want to teach South Sudanese as part of our curriculum.
True.
Telling them that the other communities are equally South Sudanese like us. And the issues that are difficult in South Sudan today are just perpetuated by ignorance. In my community, the Dinka, I don't know how the other Dinka do it. In Dinka Yerul, anybody who is not Monjang, we call him Jur. Unless he is a Nuer, we say Nuer. We only know the name of the section called Nuer. We don't know the other sections. Anybody will be called Monjur, Monjur. But that Monjur, if you look at his anatomy, and if you look, everything is just like you.
Yes.
Including Kawaja. When Kawajat were colonizing our people, just a brief story. They came up to territories of Yerul. Okay? The white colonizers of those days, very long time ago.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, he's coming back, guys. So to conclude.
So they fought. These people were bothering people. Okay? And they look different. And they have guns. Okay? Then a section of Yerul Kolachok, a section inside Yerul Kolachok, in a park community. Inside a Chok community, they managed to kill some white men. And then they came to exactly know what these ones are. They checked, they undressed them, they were circumcised. They opened their mouth, they see the lower teeth were not removed. Like in Yerul, lower teeth are removed. Is a certain stage in growth of a child. They remove the lower teeth. But those whites did not. They see their eyes, they are quite white. And some of them have run and threw away their arms, their rifles. And then to reflect their fright of killing these strange people, they sang a song that is used to dance kudum. They say, Atonya bug dang the way, yea, wala chua dang the way, kanga chire, you corny, jamicha kwe de jamatwe. Maluel panda chene, by Gamukune Jokaba, a medije jambi atoga, a changladi, kwanyu by, le bent yo, a yin year, quite walk, na en chuodro dale bainya nak twen kunaga labide ko ja nin laye nak twen kunaga labide ko ja nin laye apunyi ko ilang anyim le chobro da bedu pandun. So so here there are no specific terminologies that are used by Dinka people to say that this is a person from the other community. They'll call them Jur. But that does not mean they are being hurt. That is that mentality. The Nuer will call them Nyam Nyam. They will call us Dinka. We are not Dinka, we are Jiang. This term Dinka is not existing in any vocabulary of Jiang.
Call you Jenge.
Yes, they will call you Jenge because most of the times cattle herders will walk naked.
Naked, yeah.
And then anybody that is naked is called Jenge. You see? It's not just a derivation from Jiang. It's just Jenge, Aryan, Jenge. You see? All these are just mental. They are not physical.
Right.
Okay? They are not physical. And there are no practices in South Sudan that are completely foreign to any section. We are one and parcel of each other. What we need now is education. Like the most top priority should be education. If we have the education, it will kill ignorance. And if we are no longer ignorant, the spirit of tolerance will be in us. And if we are tolerant, then harmony is a product of tolerance. We will be very harmonious. We don't need to see a government killing a citizen so that we believe that we should live harmoniously. We need to believe that these citizens are as important as ourselves. If we really need to live, let them also live like we do. That is it. And we should not use the livelihood as a matter of derogation. You have seen very much people eat yod. I don't know how to call it. It's called ngongo in Arabic Juba. You see? If you see somebody eating ngongo, you want to go and run and vomit, saying that it is something that is like very bad. Yes, this person is eating ngongo. A tragedy. But it is you later at evening who wants milk, and you will grab the vagina of a cow and use your mouth to instill air. In a cold one. The rest will say, you see, this is just cultural variation.
Yeah.
And that is why the white people say one man's meat is another man's poison. And we do not have to cut across all cultures to understand the lives of a certain community. Okay? So what we need actually is education. Education will even bring the cultures of the white people to us closer to home. I don't discriminate any type of education. But if education is making me productive, why do I reject this? From my learning in secondary school, I will be able to tell with confidence that Napoleon Bonaparte was born in Caucasian Island, and he comes from Ajayo or Ayasho. You see? With confidence, I can say that one. And who will say no? Even French people will believe me. But I am from Yerul. How did I know Napoleon was born somewhere? It's because Napoleon has a certain importance in the history of revolution, and he was able to do 1, 2, 3 things, and he got documented. Okay? Even a white man was able to sit down with me. This John Ryle of the Sud Institute, a researcher, he documented few people like Madudu Boy and other chiefs of Yerul. And he was asking me to elaborate whether I know something about Anyinrej or Chamachek. Who are these people in our history? They are our forefathers who were given authority to lead sections of the community. And they become part of history. So I can know very much about the culture of Mundari or the culture of Bari without traveling to Mundari land through education. What if the language that we speak become part of our curriculum? If today the schools in Yerul are teaching Bari, that is spoken by over 7 sections in what they refer to as Bari speaking communities, why would our children refuse that when this language will make them interact with a significant population? What if this body just learn Dinka? It will not change them not to be Bari. It will give them a wider interaction. You see people like Pagana Mom going as far as Abia with John Garang and addressing people in Tomonjang. Yet he is from Malakal or from Pachoda. He's a Chiluk. Or any other land of Chiluk. You have seen very well John Garang trying his best to speak to Taposa in their language. And he is a Dinka. Knowing Taposa language will not make you a Taposa. And if there is anything bad in Taposa, you will not acquire it. But I don't think there is anything bad in anybody. What is bad in anybody is the thinking that is harmful to others. My brother, we have to educate South Sudanese by erecting schools and by also talking to them directly or indirectly through the platforms that we have created. And that is why I don't ignore any media outlet. As the objective remains, I want to participate in the good of my country. I have since ceased in fomenting the societies by talking ill against a certain section. It has never been my character. And that does not mean I'm less a Dinka. Believe me or not, Mamadi Nyandwan work quick.
Yes.
Okay. My mother comes from you. My father comes from Adur. I am changed completely. My grandmother is Dinka from Bor. The other one is a Dinka from Atwood. You see? I have my step grandmother. That's from Mundare. But the children that are born of our grandmother, that is Mundare, are equally important in our family, and they do things, even they are head of the family. There is nobody that is not important in every part of the world. And you have seen the pandemic. Mm-hmm. The coronavirus has shown that humanity is a necessity. Everybody is dying. Whether you are white, you are dying. You are black, you are dying. African, you are dying. American, you are dying. European, you are dying. Dinka, you are dying. It is only in the face of adversity that we reflect on humanity, but that is wrong. When we were fighting Arabs, we were very happy to be together. When Arabs left us, until we call ourselves an independent entity, we begin to think small. They are from that community. I am from this community. What benefit do you get by discriminating others? All in all, these messages will have to go across. But this helping village people is a good calling, and anybody who is doing it is an agent of change. And the change that is coming with this is a positive change. And it is subject to appreciation. Abraham Madin Majak, you are a subject of appreciation before you die, because you have created an impact on the societies. I am not so sure. But as long as Majung Kidiop Primary School exists, I will never rule it out that I'll not have my child going there. I am a beneficiary of Majung Kidiop. If my child does not go there directly, I will also benefit indirectly. If Majung Kidiop people becomes harmonious, they will educate the rest across, and I will benefit. This is a human, noble cause that should be promoted. And anything can be donated. Anything can be donated. Donate anything. $1 will make difference. A goat will make difference. Even Nomrap will make difference. If you contribute Nomtonga Rabjang, and the school of Majung Kidiop happens to have a garden, that Nomtok will contribute Kot. And by the next session, it will be Nomtiar. That is how we pass on the infectivity of goodness. When we move around with a mask, We move around with masks around Nairobi or other places across the globe. A new norm created by the advent of coronavirus. We are trying to prevent the infectivity of this disease to reach to the neighboring people, isn't it?
Yes.
But with the humanity, we don't need a mask. Let your goodness infect others. Let your goodness infect others. And that is why we must work towards unmasking ourselves towards humanity. You are a subject of appreciation. And this appreciation is not from our mouth, as the people who have seen your hard work. You did not contribute 10,000 to that cause, but you contribute something important, the birth of the idea. And we appreciate the people who perceive the idea from the humanity perspective and donated their $1. That $1 that all those people have contributed, be they Americans, be they our members of the society, they deserve my salutation. I am talking in this forum with a clean heart because these services that they have contributed have actually reached me. They are in the middle of me in South Sudan. And if it happens, Madid, if a child from Bari land desire to be enrolled in Majong, my brother, I'll be very happy. Yeah. Because we will be trying also to promote diversity. That is what happened. When I was in medical school, we used to have 2 rooms in the hostel. The hostel in Khartoum was Asif hostel. There are 2 rooms for us, the South Sudanese, at the early stage. Room 21 and another room, 40-something. And those who live there have no anything called sectionalism. One is Emmanuel Laku. It's called Laku, Lamu, Lodo. Emmanuel Laku, Lamu. He is from Mundari of Terekeka. He's a colleague. The other one is Emmanuel Sunday John. He's a Dinka from Yirul. That's myself. The other one is Kennedy. He is from Bari. The other one is Boniface, Dr. Boniface Amani Ilyas. He is from Ye, he's a Kakwa. The other one is Anthony Ajak Ajawin. He is from Chiluk. The other one is called Dr. Pascal Otwan Akot Ajawin. He is also from Chiluk. The other one is called Chol William. He's from Chiluk. The other one is called Harun. He is from Dinkabor. We have another one from Anuak. Okay, it's Okelo. He's from Anuak. We have another one also. He is I don't know where he is currently. I have not talked with him for so long, and including the likes of Dr. Malik. All of us, what matters to us is how much will we be able to understand the biochemical concepts that are involved when a DNA is mutated. What is change? Do you remember an amino acid that has been shifted from 0.4? What disease would that cause? We'll be saying this cancer will be a result of that. That is what matters to us. We will think, what is the latest management of malaria? Given the Chinese doses are not big for Africans, because the Chinese were the ones who discovered the best malaria medicine. The artemisinin-based components. You can have artemether, you can have lumpentrin, and whatever, all belongs to Chinese. But they put them in small doses that if you inject in a big African man, it's not even going to reach some part and wipe away the malaria parasites that are destroying the red blood cells. So what is it that we should do? Do we double this dose? Will it be harmful to the patient? What will be the drawbacks? You see, those are the things we think. We don't think that you belong to this community. We are a community of humans to fight the community of diseases. That is what we think. There are other communities that are community of teachers to fight the disease called ignorance. There have to be community of agriculturalists to educate our people and make food available to fight the disease called hunger. There have to be community of soldiers that are well trained in arms that will protect us from any foreign invasion or local invasion, whatever the group that would want to come and harm us. There has to be a community of police well trained to enforce laws. There has to be community of lawyers that are capable of applying justice to all the cases they are handling. Community of lawmakers that will make good laws that do not affect Barrier or Dinka or anybody. This is what we need in South Sudan. And then this diversity that is mindset and is not physical must die off. We are not diverse. South Sudan is not a diverse, it's homogeneous. How does a barrier look like? He looks like me. How does Madi look like? He looks like me. The Nuer looks like me. Why would I say we are a diverse society of 64 tribes? This thing, 64 every day is even a lie. Who has studied South Sudanese tribes that he called them 64? This is a lie. If you hear people like Bolagao, they will tell you that Atwood, that you usually call Atwood, is now a tribe called Rel. You see?
Yes.
You
and
will
also
go down.
when you hear from Charles, he will say that there is a tribe called Tahili. Is a tribe. Yeah.
You see, now nobody has made a research that is perfect to say these tribes of South Sudan are 64. We always believe in vacuums. Why can't we just say we are South Sudanese? And when we extracted our names through our leaders, when Pagan pronounced that this country will be called South Sudan, we were all happy. Why is it not becoming our identity? Why is it becoming our identity? And people who call for this harmonious life are usually said to be outcast. They are always said to be outcast. I am not an outcast. What is an outcast? It is a race versus race, giving a middle person. That is not what I am. Okay? Why do we say racism is bad? Why don't we think also of racism being as bad as tribalism? Tomorrow you will become a victim of race when a certain white man is touching you in Egypt and he's saying you are too dark. Do you make yourself dirty every day and you become very furious? When you come to South Sudan, you say, Ana min Gabila Kida. Gabila Kida? You are not from Gabila Kida, you are from South Sudan. Either you are from Irul or you are from Kejokeji. That land is where you were born and that is where you belong, and you are not going to take it anywhere. No piece of land that belongs to South Sudan will go there as a cause of South Sudan saying we are cutting it to this. And it's not by force. We are one, whether we like it or not. When we were being affected by Arabs, they made a White House in Juba. And we are obviously aware of Wow massacre. We know there are others that were killed in places deep down in Malakal and other areas. Jongawonok is one. That people that kill us is one. We are not supposed to be saying that ignorance must dominate. Why must we not defeat ignorance? If you view government of Kir as government of Denka, you are a liar. Anybody that sees government of Kir as a government of Denka is not, even if he is my friend, he is not saying the truth. Because government of South Sudan is not government of Denka. It is government by elites. It is government by elites that come across our diversity.
Exactly.
Look at it like this. Who is the president? Is Kir. He comes from Warap. And the parliament of Warap has a compound made out of law, bamboo. What is it that Kir has done in Warap that he has not done in Yerul, so that we complain he has done this in Warap? No. These elites are coming from all the sections of the country. You hear Riek Machar is from Nuer, and when he was putting his government in place, one is his wife, Others are said to be in-laws, and they are in that government. They don't represent people of Unity State or people of Upper Nile. You see, Onyoti, he is from Chuluk. He does not represent people from anybody, Pinyikang, Pinyidwai, or any section of Chiluk. He is not there. You see, Wani Iga, he is from Equatoria. He is in that government as a vice president. Nyandeng de Mabiur, he is in that government as a vice president. The son of Abdel Baghi, he is there. You see, all these people comes from different backgrounds. They are elites. And that is why I always feel good if I remember the definition of government by Nuer. The definition of government by Nuer is so sweet. And if you put it to the South Sudan current situation, you will be able to laugh very well. They say that the Kuma and native to Otiliangarudi and Kichamanyinadakan. So Kuma, this is a group of people that understand themselves better and they eat other people's properties. Native to Otiliangarudi and Kichamanyinadakan, can Kuma attitude. So those are the Akuma. So if we look at it like that, we will not be bothered that I should fight a barrier because Waniga is there and is destroying my people. No. Don't fight Dinka because Kir is a Dinka. Kir is not giving anything special to Dinka than other communities. Don't fight Equatorian because Wani is there. Don't fight Nuer because Riak is there. Even Ilya Lomoro will say, yeah, President Kir, yeah, Sata, Nazlanya Kulu Nazbatak. Okay? When he gets his salary, he doesn't go to Lanya to distribute it to the people of Lanya. Kedip. Okay? Nunu has long been polarized politically. When she stood as a governor, she was floored by Bakasoro. So she is not the popular Yambio daughter. Not at all. But he is an elite. He's part of Kir. They understand themselves better. Just rotate her. If we look at this, we should do the denigration objectively.
Yeah. Like
the governor of Lake State in the person of General Rin, we don't have like, we are related, but we don't have like ideas that match together. But if he is doing right thing, I can objectively say that this is good for people of Lakes. And that is, who am I to be an obstacle to things that are good, that are happening to my community? You only have to stand by the community if they are being affected negatively. Nobody rejects good things. Okay? And if you see a baby bird opening its mouth, see the mother is dropping food, so the mouth remains open. But if a snake comes, they are at the terminal part of the nest. You only fight when something bad is happening. You don't have to fight for the sake of fighting. And it is not good politics also to oppose and objectively. You oppose objectively. And also let me use these few minutes to advance one point.
Yes. Yeah, we have 3 minutes. We have 2 minutes.
I am an opposition. And what I would want our opposition members to understand is proper diagnosis of the problem is enough to make us succeed in our opposition cause. Do not misplace the opposition by saying things that will not appeal to the society. You will be repulsed. You will be repulsed. If you are really out there, like I have chosen to suffer in the interest of common good of everybody, I'm not the perfect one. But let us choose objectivity. Let us drop the idea of this tribe is the one affecting this tribe. Let us think that it is the government of the day that has not constructed roads, that has not brought hospital closer to our people, that has not done this. That way it becomes good. But if we trace Kir and blame his community and his children that are not even making decisions, I know some may not be involved and some may be involved. I don't care. But those children are not the ones that are making decisions for South Sudan. So I wouldn't oppose them for the sake of it. I meet Kir's son or daughter on the road, I will not kill him because he is a son or daughter of Kir. Okay? You are supposed to handle the accomplices. Why are we not holding Kir responsible for things that are not good and his ministers for things that are not good? This will make it easier for us to uproot the rotten SPLM system. Okay? By making South Sudanese believe in us. But if you say they are from this community and you have to always be privy about them, then you are not a statesman. And your opposition will not succeed. You will only be saying it until it dies up or get a very small reward out of it. But that reward will not change the pace of South Sudan. Make a revolution by being objective. Make a revolution by saying something that is true. Don't make revision by causing a euphoria. When Riek Machar think that he should use Nuer against the rest, he is today only making Nuer regret because they have just died for no good reason. Because the whole reward that has come as a consequence of so many years of exerted or concerted efforts has only trickled down to Riek and his in-laws. You see? Riek has chosen a Chwe. There were no forces contributed by a Chwe to the cause of what Riek calls Nuer massacre. There are no forces that have been contributed by so and so. But they have a common understanding. Chua is a relative of Riek. So and so is a relative of Riek. And so forth. Wife of Riek is there, Angelina. And they are the ones to take the ministers. And the general who was fighting, and we could see him in a small hole when the surveillance aircraft was coming on their chest to Congo. He's in the call insulting him because Riek you were general de chairman in Con Candial. General. Oh, Chajet did not. Kalas you were. Bukon was Conorodian. And then he has to call Tudwer to have a new IO, which is not composing of Riek Machar. Is that a good opposition? Why does greed cover our eyes? When it comes to the time of fighting, we call ourselves in mass. And when it is time of eating, you want to eat alone. And Darak Galaptal and Asak. This must cease. And that is why the population is not coming out to challenge here. They will come out thinking that we will only expose them to danger, they die. And then when it comes to time of eating, even if some of them are alive, we will not consider them. This is the definition outside there. Let us also be sensitive to the plights of people. That is to the opposition. Do it alone and you will not achieve it. Call people to be with you in it. And don't use the language of tribe. You will only be considered for somebody who is discriminating. I have no any problem against any tribe. I know I have very good relatives that have been killed by people from different tribes, but I do not have to hold them to a grudge that is permanent, that will not change the pace of my country. Because those people who have died, even if I kill 10 people around because of them, they will not know that I have killed 10 people when they died. That is one, and they will not come back. That is the second. So anything that has gone bad will not be corrected. But what has not yet gone bad can be improved. And that is why in my speech of the July 9th, the independence speech, I said, we have to accept the renunciation of war of any type, whether with your neighbor or from a distant community. Don't kill. It is going to affect us negatively. We are reducing human power. We are fomenting the nation. We are dividing ourselves. We are destroying the country, and eventually we lose it. We don't need to lose South Sudan. We have lost significant number of people, significant number of resources, and everything, including energy, including efforts. All these generals have spent many years of their youthful life fighting for the cause of South Sudan. They have not enjoyed anything much. Why do they need to continue the conflict? Let them enjoy the few years that are remaining for them by sitting down and listening to the gigglings of children. We are not a poor nation. We are very rich. We can do any project to its conclusion without begging. But because of corruption, that is not happening. Let us beg our friends to help us open the eyes of the people so that they can be able to be better citizens tomorrow. That is your whole objective. You want better citizens in South Sudan, regardless of their community. I salute all the audience and all South Sudanese wherever they are, and I am your brother and your son, Sunday John, with this conclusion. Shukran.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brother Sunday John. That's a wonderful conclusion, and I would like to thank our brother Wani for coming in, and Hassan, and all the people who are turning in tonight. and this morning for the show. And this is for the first time that I open this show on my organization site. Thank you so much, Sunday John. This is a very well educated, and this is the way that we want communication to our South Sudanese, so we can talk and see each other as South Sudanese. Thank you so much. Education is one of the tools that will bring our country together and bring peace and bring the development into the country. So thank you, Brother Sunday John. Have a wonderful night. I know it's 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. now, so I will let you go. Have a wonderful night. So I will see you next time. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. And for those of you, before I close the show too, just a quick announcement. I have an item for my organization close here. Whenever you need, inbox me. So thank you. Have a wonderful night, guys, and I will see you guys again.
Sudan, Pantumalerial, Victor Garangay, Yonyang President here, Bubalo Biro Gamarta, Yuka the Dalcoming, Bukan Wan, Yenuba Kik, Kuyong, no Query Bang, we are rule and number 1 yai, Kalkia, the King of Tongu, Quebec Panarol Gayqual, Kurumbe, Bukan Yorgula, Lord Yang Pani, the Church, and no man name, good young Panalira, Yakugong, Rador Manyang. Low and the more you Matuan, Kulatongo Gayoke, Kulabank, and Yari, Jam Legitum, by idea, dark by and Yam Nam Galo Bay, where I wear with boy to me, Fauke, Kundi, Mariana by your Makurit, Yanuki, Kilpona, Jolly Gan, Yer Mechanica, me will unkin the Ganja, and there I go, a Jaitar, Legitum, and you bear me at Bay, Jola, Long, Miriam Mangar, my job, Tinga Kuma Yom, Copan, Marial Jowul, Tango, when a corner but them before I show me and I think you're up, mind them a bill that why Magangi. Kadidanga, queer Manyanka, Guyana, loving your Murma, we are Madol Banya, White, Young Banabara, Pajaga, poor, when you put them, Tinga Jagai, Payan Mapanya, Lintianic. Por Malanga, you're the good door. Come on, there, yellow wool, my joke. You know Sudan, Pantumalerial, Victor Garangay, Yonyang President here, Bubalo Biro Gamarta. The Dalcoming, Bukan Wan, Yenuba Kik, Kuyong, no Query Bang, we are rule and number 1 yai, Kalkia, the King of Tongu, Quebec Panarol Gayqual, Kurumbe, Bukan Yorgula, Lord Yang Pani, the Church, and no man name, good young Panalira.